offering in business model innovation, in business planning, in innovative sales development, in partnerships, team coordination, and management as well, startup convos. So benefit from all of this. You can share this with your younger siblings or with schools or one of that you realize have a high priority and focus on entrepreneurship so that they can be able to monetize the ideas that they have and we drive development for the economy. Finally, I mentioned Can We Talk? So Can We Talk is a mental health initiative, and you can follow us at canwetalk.mh on Instagram and follow the VAR agency. We are working on mental health awareness and access to services for creatives and techies. So that has been my interview with Tom-Chris Emewulu, and I pray for the very best for you, Tom-Chris. This year, we are hopeful for to hear the news of the record has actually been set and to celebrate with you. So thank you very much. This has been Nancy Kaji. Thank you for having me.
You've done yourself proud. Well done now.
Thank you very much, Tom.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, so give me a few seconds. Let me transition to the next speaker, all right?
Bye.
Don't turn off yet. Let's get Maxwell on, then you can sign out. Yeah.
So, he's also a really great person, doing so many interesting things.
All right. Okay. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Maxwell. How's it going?
I'm good. I'm good. Yourself?
I'm all right. I'm alive. I'm awake.
I'm excited to be here. I'm excited.
Thank you. Thank you for joining the mission.
Yeah. Thank you too.
All right. So for individuals that might not have, read your profile, clicked on your documents, would you want to introduce yourself to them?
Right. Yeah. So thank you very much once again for giving me the opportunity to speak on this record-breaking interview. So just as you can see, my name is Maxwell Biganim, and I call myself an ecosystem builder. I work across three major themes: that's environmental sustainability, technology, and education. Now, when it comes to environmental sustainability, I'm more focused in green entrepreneurship, renewable energy, and climate change. Those are the areas that I'm particularly interested in, and I do in education. And yeah, so I do quite a number of things. I think there's just something brief about me.
That's wonderful. Okay, so I always like to, learn how it all got started. So was green entrepreneurship what you wanted to always be, have you always wanted to explore that field? Let's say when you were in high school, did you know about green?
No, at all. so very interesting thing about this green and climate conversation. Okay, so let me take you back.
Yeah.
Way back, I did science, by the way, in senior high school, and then in the university, I was doing biological science. But the kind of biological science that we do, it's the true pass or forget kind of thing, not any practical. If you search my name, I think a lot of my active profile will come. I acted. Yeah, I have about 23 stage plays to my credit.
Are you serious?
Yes. So way back on KUST campus, I was like the so-called John Dumelo, kind of. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, yeah, I mean, John Dumelo is one of the season. Yeah, so I was just interested in doing stage play. So I did stage play with Nashoko. I have a stage play, with Ajitanan. I actually directed one too with Prince David Osei. I've also done with so in fact Lydia Forson also has a movie that I was in, Lecture from Adam. I was in that movie as well, and other short skits. Those days it wasn't really like now. We have some YouTube videos also. I worked with Paragon Studios, not Parables, Paragon Studios then.
Right.
So I was directing also. I was into stage play and all. Yeah, but just as I said, sometimes all these detour lands you in something very big.
Yeah.
So fast forward, I was doing more of international relations with a lot of NGOs. I was setting up the organization in other West African countries. So I had an email from Green Stewardship International that they wanted to mobilize under their. This is how I got into the green space.
Right.
So they sent an email that they wanted someone to coordinate the activities, looking at how I'm already doing great stuff. And I'm like, okay, yeah, then I'm going to add that to my portfolio. So I started learning about the green space, and I got very interested in the green space. So I was doing more trainings, school mobilization, and I also have an education background. So I learned to teach. So I was teaching more people about climate change, students, senior high school. I was organizing workshops and all that. So fast forward, I attended one climate workshop, and my contributions there, I think the people liked it. So one organization also reached out to me that they would want me to be a part of their team. Then as time went by and all that, I told this organization that, look, I have this background of training entrepreneurs, even though I've not set up anything. So why don't we start something like this? They understood, we brainstormed, we put out a concept note. Then there I was leading the green entrepreneurship project with the organization. So that's how the journey has been. It's been very interesting. Yeah.
Wow, that's impressive. I never knew you were in entertainment. Well, you have the flair, I should say, but I didn't know it was from practical experience.
Very practical. I mean, so with the stage play and this acting stuff, it came naturally, and I learned the skill also, and I had the opportunity to be within circles that were also very good in helping us develop the skills. So for stage play, give me a script. Give me a script. Yeah.
Wow.
Give me a script. So one of the biggest stage plays that we did was at the National Theatre. That was somewhere around 2013.
Okay.
His death in the 21st century with Dashoko and then Ajiti Anand at the National. It was one of the biggest. The biggest. And I had braided my hair.
Oh, yeah. My man.
Yeah, The pictures are all over Facebook.
I'm going to look for some.
Please. Yeah, so, and I was also well built, and that's how come I was also a bit into modeling pictures. I was a picture model, let me just put it that way.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Look at this world.
Very small world.
I know. Who would have thought?
Yeah. Nobody would have thought. But I'm of the view that sometimes life in itself is not unidirectional. That is where I have come to understand.
Yeah.
There are a number of things that directs you to a bigger picture.
Yeah.
So I realized that the acting that I was doing, the entertainment did, and all that gave me this edge that I'm able to facilitate events, I'm able to moderate, and even in my education career, it came very easy for me to be in the classroom, give examples, teach, try and act out scenarios, create scenarios. Because one thing about acting and stage plays, it enhances your creativity.
Yeah.
You become very creative. And so when I'm facilitating an event and I see my audience being bored, I see there's a way I'll quickly adjust just to get them into, because is when you are doing stage play, one of the things that you have to also understand is to carry your audience along.
Right.
Other than that, they'll be bored.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think that I also learned that skill from there, and I'm able to just change the scenario and all that. Yeah. So I'm also now exploring more facilitation, moderation, events, and all. Yeah.
That's amazing. That's really amazing. Okay, so let me dig in deep. Was it the money that made you leave that career?
I would say, okay, that's a very tricky question, but a part of it would be yes.
Okay.
A part of it would be yes, because not directly the money, because even within the CSO space or where I am, it's not really about the money.
Mm-hmm.
It's not really about the money, but then it's about there was one person that I acted with, very known personality in Ghana. I acted with, and he gave me a very sound advice.
Okay.
That look, you are coming up, you are very good and all that. But even for me, at the level that I am, I don't really depend on this job because it really doesn't pay. And also you have to get to the zenith of it to be earning much. And for me, money has never been my motivation. It's all about impact. Because most of the stage plays that I did was they were just paying us peanuts, but the vim in quote was there. I just loved to do it. It was just there. And I just wanted to do. We were traveling, and the traveling bit was also very interesting. We were traveling to Obuasi, Kubasi, Sunyani, Cape Coast campuses to art and all that. It came with that satisfaction. But when he gave me the advice that it is good that I have this, but then if I can do it as an addition where I can focus on something more productive as I do this, then it helped me. Yes, that's what he said, because he just saw the potential in me and he didn't want me to run around, just to be very tactical about it and to be also be very knowledgeable in the space. So I started reading more. I started doing my own research, digging, looking at actors in Ghana over the years, how they've lived their life. And I'm like, okay, so even if I'm going to do this, I need something that would give me more, like my revenue to diversify, so that even if this actor is giving me more money, then the other side of it also will be giving, or I can be earning money from the other side and be pushing it into my craft. So that was the mentality that I took. Okay, so let me go into the corporate world, and anytime that I want, and I'm able to gain that capital, I can either come back or I can support other creatives in that way, of which is part of my plan that I'll set up a production company in the future. So I have it in it. So the money was a big part, but I think I had someone to advise me to realign.
Right.
And then also look at how I want to go with my life. And I have never regretted that. I have never regretted it, because I think looking at the other alternatives that I had and learning from where I have been was also something that gave me, I think, run for my money. Yeah.
Wow. That's interesting. Okay. So now you are the green man,
so to speak.
Okay. So let's index on that a little bit. You know, a lot of people have asked, what is green entrepreneurship? So we might also have some individuals on the call who are wondering what green entrepreneurship is. Now they are in luck. You're here. Tell them.
Yeah, so there are a number of, if you look at entrepreneurship in its sense, it is very broad. We have the social entrepreneurs, also. But if you look at the green entrepreneurship, it's become very, very common, or it's entered the lexicon in the past 10 years because of the advent of climate change. So the whole conversation is about climate change, emissions, how are we going to cut off our emissions and all that. So that serves as a problem or an obstacle. And one of the things that Machiavelli said, Nicola Machiavelli, was like, when there are obstacles, there are opportunities. So the obstacle that we see, or green entrepreneurs saw, was within the climate conversation. everybody is jumping on the climate conversation. Everybody is talking about the climate change, the doomsday, what the problems are, the effects. But as creative thinkers or as
I noticed. Welcome back.
Yes, sorry, I dropped off.
No worries.
So I think I was at yeah. So within the space of climate change, the conversation became very big. Was what can creative thinkers do? So that's where innovators came around to go like, okay, then we have an idea of how to solve some of the problems within the climate conversation. So if you look at the climate conversation, there are two main pillars of it. There is adaptation and then there is mitigation. And I'll explain that. So if we talk about adaptation, already we are being faced or we are faced with the effects of climate change. And so we have to learn to live with it. That is one. Then mitigation is to cut down on the emissions. So these two pillars present an opportunity to entrepreneurs to go like, okay, so if we want to solve the issues, which is called climate action, then we have to also be creative about it. We need to have solutions to solve this problem. And that is where green entrepreneurship came. So green entrepreneurship, it's more of an idea to solve our issues of environmental sustainability, creating business cases for climate action. So in other words, we are looking at not just profit, but we are looking at profit, people, and the planet. Those are the three major pillars that is often called a triple bottom line. So those are the foundational or the fundamentals of green entrepreneurship. We are looking at how we can make profit, safeguard the people, and also protect the environment. These are the principles that guide green entrepreneurship and sustainability businesses. So that's basically not a textbook kind of explanation of green entrepreneurship, but take a takeaway lesson of what green entrepreneurship is.
The Max Beck definition of green entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
All right. So, what's your aspiration? What do you hope to achieve?
So it's very interesting that you've asked this question, but we would all agree when it comes to the issue of unemployment and job creation, it's a very huge topic. It's very topical when you talk about unemployment, when you talk about job creation, when you talk about skills. And for me, I believe that green entrepreneurship from the global south, most especially from Ghana, I'll speak for the context of Ghana now.
Right.
We have the issue of unemployment. We have graduates coming out of school without jobs. And there's even an association in Ghana called I don't know if it's still in existence, but they are called the Unemployed Graduates Association. I think some years back, they used to be very vibrant. And you look at the numbers that are being pumped out of our universities and the job vacancies that are also available. It tells you that if we do not take measures, we are going to topple over. And any system, any economic system, any society that has a lot of these unemployment issues are prone to other social vices and then also economic decline of, and we have a very young population in Ghana and in Africa. So that if we don't look at the issues and have pragmatic solutions towards these issues, then definitely no one is left behind if it cascades into social vices. And so for me, I believe that green entrepreneurship is not a concept that has to be alien to us, but then I believe that sustainability has always been a part of our indigenous knowledge system. It has been a part of us, but it's just that in this time, it is being defined in a specific context. So why don't we, as young people, look into that arena to look at the number of jobs that can be created, to look at the number of innovations that can also be created by solving our environmental problems. Now, Chris, let me even amaze you. I was reading a green entrepreneur handbook that in the US alone, green entrepreneurship yearly is estimated to be about $20 billion. And it has a potential to go beyond go to about $50 billion a year. That is even in the United States. So let's look at in our
context.
Country, if we also use that or leverage on that assumption that it is rising, then definitely we should also create a roadmap, a strategy to be able to tap into that sector. I don't know the statistics when it comes to Africa and Ghana, but I am of the view that since it's a trend, it definitely has the potential of creating more jobs. And the knowledge bit is also very important because you are only going to be exposed to opportunities based on the knowledge that you are exposed to. If we do not have understanding or knowledge about green entrepreneurship, how then do we even think around it? How then do we even innovate around it? So I think as a start, for me, I believe that creating awareness on green entrepreneurship, bringing young people who are already within the sector to understand green entrepreneurship and the potential of creating jobs, and also to inspire others who are looking for other avenues of creating jobs, other avenues of being an innovator. They should be thinking in green aspect because the green has a potential and it has that ability to also put us on the map or on the ladder. So for me, it's just about job creation, to have a lot of young people coming up with innovation, and also we would not be just just like in the Silicon Valley time and the technology discussions, we were just like a receiver. We just sit down to receive the technologies that come. But I think it is about time that we are inclusive in the process of creating this green entrepreneurship ecosystem. And that is my aim, and that is my vision, that in the sectors that are emerging, so there are a lot of emerging sectors within the green space. Talk about even in the renewable energy space, there is solar installation. There are also electronic vehicles that has also become very topical in the last 3 or 4 years. So these are all areas that have the potential to employ people and also for job creation.
That's impressive.
Yeah, so that's the way forward for me, or that's how I want to see and over the past 3 years. So I've been actively in the green space for the green entrepreneurship space for 4 years. I started with a project called SNB Green. SNB Green did that project some time ago where I was trained as a trainer of the trainer. So I was handling one hub called the Women's Haven in Kumasi, and I had the opportunity to engage women innovators for 2 cohorts. That was 6 months, 6 months. So that's where the whole journey of green entrepreneurship started. Then I moved into this organization that I was telling you about, that led to the young green entrepreneurs. That also is leading to another conversation that we are now trying to brainstorm and look at how we can expand and go beyond just our green entrepreneurship. But Chris, it's interesting that once you start working within the green space, you notice most of our young people are very creative. Because if you look at the innovators that we have within our space, it's really some of the things that they are doing would amaze you. There's one lady who is able to do jewelry with glass beads. We have briquettes. Briquette is organic charcoal. Let me put it that way. Charcoal, but this time it's organic. It's not a normal cut down tree to get charcoal, but then they are using organic substances. They put them together through a process and they come up with this charcoal called the organic charcoal or briquettes. There are a number of innovators within the electronic way, a lot.
Yeah, no doubt for sure.
Yeah, so my view is to have a platform that green entrepreneurs can feel safe, can discuss, more like a safety net for that. You would also agree that when you are an entrepreneur and then you don't have that safety net, it's easy for you to live. You made a statement that I said I agree with during the YGE. I want to recall that it was a very controversial one, but yeah. I think I agree with that. Yeah. So if you don't have that safety net as an entrepreneur, you easily drop off, and creating that system will also make them strengthen each other, and then as iron sharpen iron, they'll be able to sharpen each other.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess priority for you is to connect them to each other and mobilize funding for them.
Yeah.
That's nice. Okay, so now let's look at one of the topics that I've had that I wish I had people who listed them to speak to. I had some student entrepreneurs. I was thinking, well, some students, since it's Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, I was like, yeah, let's mix it. You have all these big guys here. Youth leadership. Well, I don't know if you're still a youth. Are you still a youth?
I think I would say yes, because I work with a number of jobs. Well, for the standard definition, I have crossed the youth bracket. Yes, I have. Let me just be very honest. I have crossed the standard definition for being a youth.
But
I think that I still say I'm a youth because, even when the 40s and the 50s are even campaigning there, so I'm going to be the youthful person. So by virtue of that statement, I think I'm still a youth. Yeah, I'm still a youth. So yeah, because I work with a lot of young people, and I'm still connected to young people one way or the other, I'd prefer to say that I'm not youthful in age, but then I'm youthful in a spirit.
Right. So what do you think is what young people want? And okay, so first the question is, do you think young people, the generation before us, are getting us wrong?
I think that's a very tricky question. I think there's an intergenerational gap.
Right.
I think there's an intergenerational gap. The reason being that in the older generation, they had a way they saw things, and they had a way to think about things.
Yeah.
The so-called Gen Zs and all those have a different way of thinking. And so there is that kind of friction in terms of everything. I'll give an example. In our parents, I'll use our parents as an example. In their minds, most of them had a dichotomy of way of thinking. One, 9 to 5 is what they want to see you as a productive young person, going to job, going to work. Now you come 5. It is the standard way of hard working, or defining you being, let's say, part of the working class. That is them. But for you to now explain to them that, look, we are in a gig economy. And a gig economy, I can do like 3 or 4 jobs, do 3 hours, do 2 hours, and even be paid more. All right. But then, and then also with remote jobs and all that. Imagine your mom having a perception of 9 to 5, go to work, they see you come. You have a remote job, you are just home with your laptop, connecting, doing meetings, and at the end of the month, you are being paid. It sounds too distant in their thinking, mostly if they are so tied up in their 9 to 5 ideology. And if you don't take care, there will always be friction that Go out, go and look for a job, and then stop. You are always on your computer, you are always on your phone, pressing. And you're like, yes. So that's part of the intergenerational gap and understanding. So that is there. And when it comes to leadership, I think that in the Gen Zs, they look at leadership as more of a dynamic approach. You have to integrate creative thinking, inclusion, and everything in your leadership ability or how you govern. But then our oldies see governance and leadership also to be very different, as in kind of an authoritarian way, kind of a way that goes direct. This you have to do. So there is also that kind in terms of leadership, that is also a gap. However, I think because there is that gap, there should be an intergenerational dialogue. There should be a consensus that we as young people should understand the times that they lived and also understand the times that we live in, and to be able to come to a common ground and have an understanding that, okay, because you understood things in this way, this is how we understand. Other than that, there will always be that friction. There would always be that friction in entrepreneurship, in leadership, in governance, even in making money and revenue streams. So, for example, I'm home now. I'm having this meeting with you. After this meeting, I need to submit some report meetings. I'm coordinating a project. I mean, Kumasi right now, but I'm coordinating projects in Tamale, in this, taking reports and all that. At the end of the month, I'm going to be paid. So imagine if my parents were to be here and they are going like, is this guy doing quote unquote fraud or something illegal? If I don't explain the concept to them, there'll always be that friction. Regardless of the money that you are receiving at the end of the month, there'll always be that friction. So yes, there is that gap, but I think there's also a way to look at having a dialogue with the grown-ups or the not youthful generation. It is not going to be easy. That is it. We should also understand that it's not going to be easy. Just like the generation coming after us will also have it very different.
Yeah.
Now, Chris, let me give you an example. I was traveling somewhere, and there was this child next to me, and at his age, he had a tablet. Sorry, he had a tablet, and on the tablet, he was able to navigate, go to the game, press the game, open the game, play the game. And I was just, for like 10 minutes, I was just watching this child playing the game, having access to the device and being able to navigate the device, would even go off, go to Play Store, download. And I didn't know the age of this child, but I could say that the child is less than 3 years. So it took me back to think about me when I was 3 years old. Did I even understand what this child is doing? I had my first computer in class 6, desktop. All right. And in my class at that time, I was the only one who had a desktop computer. Nobody had desktop computer. So it tells you a generation where we are coming from, and the generation who are coming after us, it's going to be very different. They are going to see the world in a very different way. Just let's look at even the advent of artificial intelligence and how it is shaping all of us. You meet professors, those days if you are doing your thesis, you have to go to the library, go get books, analyze. But now AI can even help you to synthesize your work, suggest topics to look at when you are doing your research, literature, and it's cutting down your time to actually do all these things. So there's always going to be a generational gap. But then the beautiful thing is once we have dialogue and each party is willing to learn, that is where we can make progress.
Yeah, I mean, the other day I was having this conversation with one of the speakers. Let me recall his name. Man, I've met a lot of people, so pardon me.
You have.
Evans Owusu Amankwa. Yeah, so Evans and I, yeah.
Yes, I know Evans. Oh, yeah, I know Evans.
Yeah. He and I was discussing it. He was telling me about his son, who is just about the age of the kid you saw. You know, he's no stranger to tablet and phones and things. We're talking about that, and I was wondering, just for our conversation though, not in absolution of facts. Okay, so the Gen Z, for example, the generation behind us, as an example, they have they were born into the time when we have a more advanced technology and lifestyle accessories than what we had. But
right.
But then the question becomes, do they necessarily have a better quality of life than what we had? The fact that you have access to 7 active social media accounts, does it mean that you have more quality friendships or relationships?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, so
I don't.
Yeah, it's a discussion that will never end, because we also look at the baby boomers and think that all they did was to go and have fun and not think about getting into global discourse, I feel like every generation will look at.
It's a very tricky, Chris. It's a very interesting thing that you are bringing this up.
Yeah,
and I think if we look at the technology bit, it has its downsides. Technology in itself is immoral. And I think there are also downsides to some of these things. I watched a documentary called The Social Dilemma on Netflix that really spoke to some of these issues, that people have following or followers, but they are still lonely. So you can have about 4,000 people on your X, 10,000 people on your LinkedIn, 50,000 people on your Instagram, but people only connect to what you post and not, or maybe a lifestyle that you want them to see. But that kind of human interaction is always missing.
Absent. Yes.
It is missing. It is a fact that people are committing suicide. In fact, as at the time I watched, it said a lot of people based on social media are committing suicide, are also thinking about they are not good enough because they don't understand why a friend will post and will get 1,000 and they will post and get like 2 or 3. Then at that young age, they begin to experience a kind of depression and then a kind of unhealthy competition.
Yeah.
That perhaps maybe has to do with your personality or anything. Just that maybe people are not interested in whatever you are posting. And sometimes it happens, Chris. You post very interesting stuff or thoughts on maybe your ex and nobody even likes it.
Oh, yeah.
But then the day you post something like off your thinking, that is when
your friend list.
Yeah, you begin to go like, and that's why now everybody's calling themselves influencers for the likes and all. You may have all the likes, but there is still that, they may be still that if you get close to some of these people, they'll tell you the honest truth that in real life they feel very distant to people, but they live on social media. And someone would even quote that Twitter is not even a real place.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we need to, this conversation is as vital as it is current, because I just had a similar discourse with a previous speaker that spoke before your session. What's that name again?
Jikaya.
Yes. Oh no, Aisha.
Okay.
Aisha. So Aisha and I were talking about Satoshi.
Satoshi, is it a Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
There was a meme that was posted about his net worth, and but still nobody knows who he is. And I was like, I like this kind of anonymity. But then,
nobody.
Yeah, but then you do things that require that you have to use these tools. You have to be online, and sometimes you see people. The one that I I think about it sometimes, and it makes me laugh. Maybe you posted something right now, and then you see friend requests or follow requests coming, but the post you made that probably made them to notice you is still there. Those people that are sending you friend requests and follow requests have never engaged on that post.
That's the truth.
So they just they just want to keep tabs on you. And then I ask myself also, how many times do you go online purposely to like all the posts that you see? So it's like social media is a place where we go to, it doesn't look social anymore. It doesn't look social anymore. We go to keep tabs on things that we care about, not necessarily to socialize and, find out how our friends that are not close to us are doing.
But come to think of it, Chris.
Yeah.
I started social media on Facebook. And I think when Facebook, well, it was only Facebook. And I think, before Facebook was like, they had one, is it MySpace?
MySpace, yeah.
So I was using MySpace before Facebook. And then you realize that at that time, because it was only Facebook, you could easily connect with people you've known, people you've gone to school with, and you could interact with them easily, what's happening in their life. But as soon as we got the other social media, Snapchat, X, LinkedIn, blah, blah, then you just lose count. You're like, the set of friends, and even tells you what to post. Because what I'll post on Facebook will be different from what I have to post on Instagram, because Instagram is just for the, pictures. So I have to put my best pictures there for people to just say, your picture is nice, oh, good, great, blah. Make sales. If it's on X and you go and put those pictures there, you might not even get likes.
Yeah.
So at X, you have to
be mean.
Do a point. Be mean. You have to be like a kind of a bully. There are certain comments that if you want to gain traction, and people post fake stuff just to get traction.
Oh yeah.
People are just video anything and then be capturing it wrong just for likes, interactions, and Snapchats and all that. Yeah, so I think social media, one way or the other, is making us lose a sense of community, even though the idea of social media is to connect us, but it's still losing that. It's becoming very toxic in certain spaces. I've known people who have gone off certain social media just because it was so toxic to the extent that they just had to leave. Just recently, a friend of mine was being trolled, just because someone made a post and that this could have been a very harmless post. But for X, everybody can be taken to the altar to be slaughtered. Regardless of who you are, if they get you there, it's a different world altogether. So
they'll use it to gain attention.
Very true. Yeah.
Yeah. So they'll use it to gain attention.
Yeah.
It's amazing. So but when you also think about it on the other side, you see companies, for example, incentivizing such behavior, because some companies are incentivizing that behavior, because when you have that number of followers that they require, they don't care. Well, not they. Let me not be generic. Let me not generalize. Some people would not care whether what you post is this or that. They will just give you ambassadorial, give you one contract, I remember back in the day, that lady that released her pictures and began to trend all over the place. They gave her award, gave her contract, and then you ask yourself, somebody is here building personal brand, posting insightful comments and produce videos, and no one is giving award to her and giving her contract. So is this a validation of what is acceptable as a way to gain partnerships? I don't understand it sometimes.
I also don't understand that, because and sometimes I had a discussion with a friend, and we were discussing just this, that it is also giving people the opportunity to do just anything for the numbers, because I need the numbers. So results, I can make my pictures that are not, sensitive, pictures that are, very provocative, just for people to like, gain the numbers. Once I gain the traction, that is so I'll start getting
brand partnerships.
No form of ethics, no form of morality, no form of morality, no form of any test measure. So everybody wants to, gain that traction. And there is this particular person on social media, and you could see that it's a she. You could see that what she's doing is just off. And I don't want to pinpoint, but it has to do with the way that she consumes food. And she's getting ambassador. Yes, it's kind of, we are in a content economy, I understand, but there are, I think there should be a kind of, I don't know, I don't want to be like policing in terms of morality, but we should just call a spade a spade. If what you are doing is not right, let's just do it that. But no, it's gaining. People are like, and funny enough, people won't tell you the truth. We are in a situation where people will not tell you the truth. Everybody will be hailing you.
Of
now,
course.
If you look at
the Gen Z will tell you when you are about to, like when you are nearing the pit, they will hype you up to fall inside the pit so they can have element of surprise and laughter, entertainment.
Exactly. Sometimes you go and then you see some of the content, young people abusing alcohol, abusing drugs with camera on them.
Oh yeah.
Like, what? Why? Like, why? And people like, what is happening in our world? And later on, in some years' time, these same people will be doing GoFundMe for kidney transplant, and I'm dying. And back in your younger days, you thought it was and the funny thing is, those on social media don't even care.
Oh yes.
When the issues come, they will start going to dig your old post to be using it against you. But that time they were supporting you.
Of course.
I did a project about online safety, digital safety and all that way back about 4 years ago in some schools. So one of the things that I realized as at that time was most of that generation, maybe I should have written a paper about it, most of that generation automatically landed in the social media space. There wasn't any track, any form of education to orient them into the world that they are going into, just by virtue of the fact that they have phones. They have this, they just land on it, and then they are just doing anything. As at that time, the statistics that we took in some of the schools were very interesting. So it was like, what do you use the internet for? About 70%, which were male, said that they use it for pornography and then betting. And then the next question that I asked was, why? Because those are the things that they know. So I was trying to tell them, do they know about Wikipedia? Do they know about Khan Academy?
When was this? When was the project?
This was about, so the project was Kiwix in schools. It was a digital literacy project. It's even, it's in 2001. If if you type my name, Maxwell Beganin and Kwix, it will come. It was a project that we did in senior high school.
You've been around though.
We were going to senior high schools to do that, and we're trying to understand the perception when it comes to digital literacy, because that's one of the things I did with my master's thesis. Like, I worked on computational thinking, so that also was a project that was very interesting. So we just realized that at that time, in 2001, that was most of the senior high schools that we went. It was either pornography betting. They were not using the internet to learn. Most of them didn't even know that on YouTube you can have access to content that are being taught in a classroom on YouTube to revise and all that. So that was an opportunity to also show them that these are some of the tools that you can use. You can also use social media to learn. You can use this, because they were not oriented into that space. They entered, and some of us are also victims. Nobody taught us how to use Facebook. Nobody taught us how to use MySpace. We just jumped on. We saw what would gain the likes, and we're just posting anything. So we can do things differently by going back to some of these institutions, senior high school, junior high school, to shape them, because now they have access to
everything
as far as home, like 4 years, 5 years. So I think there is time to now go into digital ethics, to teach them what to do, what not to do, what you can post, what not to post, and all that. And once we are able to do that, I think we can have a level of sanity. I'm not a prophet, but I'm just thinking that if we can do that, at least it will shape some minds on how to deal with stuff on social media, and also how we can interact online, and to let people understand that social media, you may think it's not real place, but it's actually a real place.
Well said. And you are right. You're absolutely right. The question is, who shall I send?
Who shall I send?
Yeah. Who will go? And it's a pressing need. It's a pressing need. And I believe that some of the young guys, is just, they do it because their friends are doing it. They don't have any mental willpower to resist, the pressures, like all the girls that you see that wearing school uniform, they are in high school, obviously, and they are dancing on social media. So they don't know. But if there are counselors that give them a download of the implication, like what you've highlighted now, I think, as you said, they will have a different recourse.
So the project was called, we had a project, or we had a session called Digital Citizenship, how to become a digital citizen. And that was when my team highlighted on how they can be, just like you want to be a good citizen in a country, you can equally be a good citizen online. So we call it a digital citizenship.
Are you planning to revive it? It would be nice.
Sorry?
Are you planning to revive it?
We did that, and we also trained some people around that to also go into schools to do digital citizenship. But just as I told you, the workload becomes a lot. But I think I did my best to train people to equally take up the mantle to do that. But now most of the young people not, just like how I had the edge to just do it freely. Most of the young people now are not ready to commit their time to offer any kind of, to learn a skill, to be able to transfer the skills for free. No, they are not ready to do that. But I believe maybe one day in the future, maybe if I get a lot of money, maybe I can start my foundation about digital citizenship in junior high schools and senior high schools. Or maybe we would have a benevolent individual to say, hey, Max, I heard you on Chris's
Global Student Entrepreneurship.
Yeah, and I think I like, let's come up with a project on digital citizenship from this interview, and then I think it would be a very good outcome. But if it doesn't even happen, I know that one day in a life, maybe someone hearing me here would even pick it up and do it, and that's the beauty of it. I'm always available to provide any kind of guidance, any kind of materials that you need, training, capacity, and all that. For that's also what I can also offer.
Yeah. So let me join positive energy to it so that we can send it to the stratosphere.
Yes, please join. We need
Yeah.
we need to send that energy.
We'll send it to where it should be.
Yeah.
My man.
Because we need it. We really need that.
Yeah.
We really need that.
Okay. We're coming to the top of the hour. Closing comments. What inspires you? What makes you wake up in the morning?
One thing that inspires me to wake up in the morning is I wake up every day thinking about how I can impact life. That has been my guiding principle. Like, how do I impact life? I sleep with it and I wake up with it. And so by that, I think I also send that energy into the stratosphere. And every now and then people are coming to me, Max, there's this project that I'm doing. Can you come on board? Can you help me? Can you, in my own small way, can you help me? Please, there is this. And I realize I am very good at ideation.
What is that?
With a lot of like ideation.
Ideation, right?
Yeah, I'm able to bring up, like, once we are having a topic, at the end of our conversation, I can bring up, hey, why don't you do this? I have that. I think that's my strength. I have that very creative way of coming up with ideas. And so there's so many projects that are going on that it was just because I had conversation with people and I went like, oh, try this, let's do this. Maybe you can try this. Oh, Max, the idea you gave me is working. How can I? Yeah, so I just wake up every day thinking about how I can also make the world better. At least if I cannot make the world, I can't add anything to the world. I don't have to make it worse off. So I think about that every single day. Because a time would come, I would have to leave this earth. Would I leave this earth as a better earth or as a better world or what? So that's what keeps me alive. Even when I'm sick, I need to just show up.
Right. Yeah. And you were not feeling well today.
But you can see from my eyes and my voice,
yeah.
I was really struggling to. In fact, yesterday, I took some medications that, you know, when with the flu, those medications, if you take it, it really makes you drowsy.
Right.
So I was so drowsy this morning, but I said I would show up. Like, I have to be here. Yeah, because I've been thinking about this just to make
Listen.
Chris.
Oh man.
I just wanted to be a part of history.
Yeah.
And I had to show up.
Yeah, and you are. And
I don't take this for granted. Like,
yeah.
I don't take this for granted at all. Sully Briggs once said that if you don't come up with your own dream, someone will hire you to build their dream. But I have a different version of that. I may not be able to have what you are dreaming about, but I can tag along, all right, to make your dream a success. And I am a believer of that. In my world, I am not thinking in any dimension that I would one day do an interview like this. But if Chris is doing an interview and he has to succeed and I can tag along, I need to put up all my arsenals to make sure Tom-Chris gets this award. And I know we are going to get this award together.
Yes, we will. We will. And yeah. I release some of my blessings of goodwill to you as well.
I receive it.
Yeah, whatever you want to do in these next few days, having sacrificed for me, may you also get people to sacrifice for you.
Thank you so much. I'm grateful.
Yeah.
Amen to that.
Yeah.
I'm so grateful. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's been a wonderful, I've really enjoyed. I never thought, in fact, we started with green, ended up in digital.
Yeah.
It's been a very great conversation. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I like for it to be conversation because, you know, we are tired of the Q&A and, you know, the structures are changing.
The metrics.
Yeah. It's always good because anyone who takes a microphone to stand in front of people should have been prepared. You don't prepare for an event. You go to an event because you were already prepared. So I can't go and start prepping for what I will say to them. I tell them my life, which is a prepared message. Yeah. And if someone, that's my expectation of the experts I invite. And, I believe also you are a consummate professional in your own kind.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So Udo is joining. Just give me a few moments so that we can do a seamless transition.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so before Udo comes, if anybody wants to get to me, the name is Maxwell Biganim on LinkedIn. Yeah.
Hello, Udo. Hello. I think she's still fixing the gadget and things. It didn't seem to work.
So you've done 76 hours already.
Yes, 76%. We keep going.
76%.
No, like hours. So I'm counting it in percentage, so that it will be closer.
Wow. This good. This good.
Yeah.
This good.
We keep
put in
going.
a lot of work. And I'm so proud.
Everyone here has worked so hard. The guys have, outdone themselves. We have combated the forces of nature, and it's not been a joke at all.
Yeah, I know, right? I know.
But to God be the glory. I mean, we are still streaming in spite of the data cost and ECG cost and everything else. We are still very much active. The UPS is working. The devices are working. None of them has blown up, which means we are very, very much covered. So it's just about, outlasting the tiredness.
Very.
I think she dropped off. So please, let's give her a little moment to reconnect.
Okay. Sure. Sometimes our internet always becomes an issue.
I know. I'm so grateful actually, because when we were about to start streaming, I had to go and send a message on social media that Telecel they should consider us and give us good internet, because without good internet, how you do? You're back.
Hello, nice to be connected.
Okay, are you good to go now so that I can let Maxwell go and rest?
Good to go.
Okay, Maxwell, thank you so much. Cheers.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah. All right. So we are talking about food and agriculture beyond 2030 and how Yamet contributes. Okay, would you mind to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Udo Will, and I'm the co-founder of Yamet. I've been in this space for a while, currently innovating in the agricultural industry. And I mean, I really get to where what we do at Yamet, but yeah, that's pretty much who I am. I drive the team and I lead the vision.
Wonderful. Okay, so what's your vision for food and agriculture beyond 2030?
So my vision actually is one where we have food sovereignty. And food sovereignty, I mean that we particularly grow the food that we eat. We grow nutritious food that can be distributed across borders within Africa. I also want a vision where I want a continent or a world where technology drives some of the innovations that's are springing forth every other day to just ensure that we gain a good level of food security within the continent. But yes, that's just pretty much my vision for 2020, 2030.
20. Okay, so how did you get into all this agriculture and food security and things?
Thank you so much. That's a good question. And it's something that I get all the time. But yes, my journey started a few years ago. But then on a positive side, right, I was doing a lot of consultations for agricultural companies who were solving, market access for farmers. But I thought that maybe people are doing the same thing over and over again. How about we maybe take our attention a little bit, or we digress towards farmers who actually provide the food that we eat. How are these people being catered for? And also extending to the crops as well. What is the process of getting food from farm to table, and even from the farm? How is that entire planting process? How does that happen? But yes, it was out of this curiosity that I decided to dig deeper. And still, when the thought of EMS also crossed by my mind, fortunately for me, while I was helping my mom sort out her health insurance, I particularly took it serious, and I took it maybe as a vision from God, because in that moment, I thought, I mean, so many things could have crossed my mind, right? But this particular one still stuck with me, and it was almost like if I didn't do anything about it, I wouldn't have peace. And so that's how I started to, do a lot of research and to build upon that single idea that randomly crossed my mind. And this was pretty much, in line with food security, right? As I mentioned, going back to the grassroots, to the very lowest level of the people who form that value chain in the food industry. And so I started to pay a lot of attention to it, and that's single idea and thoughts. It's pretty much what's bettered Yemet and what we're doing today. So it's just very simple. How do we catalyze the space for not just farmers, but then going to that grassroots to say that the people who spend their day and night tilling and toiling the soil to ensure that we have the nutritious food that we eat, are they being catered for? And not just them being catered for, how are the crops protected? And that's sort of led us to answer some of the questions that we're working on today. So it's literally from answering so many questions that has bettered like the innovation that we have today that is now continuing to champion food security in several parts of Africa.
How long has this been around for?
Pretty much under 2 years.
Okay. So I know you said what you were doing before, but I think I need for you to help re-echo it again, because I was wondering the linkage.
Okay.
It seems this one is of more.
Yeah. So please go on.
No, you go ahead, please.
Oh, okay, awesome. Okay, so a lot of what I was doing was on a consultancy level, working to help people who are building the innovations, particularly e-commerce solutions that would take food to the consumers.
Right.
So take food from the farm to the consumers, but then being powered by technology in that sense, as an e-commerce platform where people can usually find food to buy, and that food is being taken from one point to now another point.
Okay. Where are you based now?
Currently moving across cities, but I'm currently in Nigeria, and that's because this is our biggest market, and we're trying to, cover the market here, and then slowly move to other parts of Africa.
Where in Nigeria?
Abuja, precisely.
Okay. So where did the accent come from?
I've lived pretty much all my professional work experience in East Africa and part of South Africa, Southern Africa. So you usually find me speaking like East Africans, but yes, I like to think that I'm an adopted East African and maybe partly Southern African. Yeah.
One of the displaced Nigerians, I see.
No, I'm so full-blooded Nigerian. I'm full-blooded Nigerian, but sometimes it's good to share yourself to the rest of the world, and I'm taught to work too.
I see. Okay. Which company was it you were working with before?
To be honest, I've done a lot. I mean, in the last 5 years, I've been independently consulting. So, but prior to that, I did a lot of international non-governmental organizations. IYF, the International Youth Federation, with ISEC as well. Also work with some local non-governmental organizations, and other ones are pretty much small startups that are tech based. But yes, and more of I'm partly product management, helping people within the computer software industry to build software products that's they can launch easily to the African market.
Interesting. Okay. Now you've been thrust into the center of trying to rework food and agriculture beyond 2030. By the way, there was a recent movement in Nigeria, not movement anyway, but discussion, lots of fervent social media discussion about GMO. What was it about? Do you have first-hand understanding?
I won't say that I have first-hand. I mean, just like every other person, I was part of people who saw the news in passing. But yes, it was such a controversial conversation.
It's in your industry.
That again?
It's in your industry, or you don't want to discuss that aspects?
It is in my industry. Like I said, it's quite a controversial. It's quite a controversial conversation. I mean, I'm not picking a side. I usually tell my fellow counterparts that I am indifferent about it. I'm taking neutral. I'm not taking sides to anyone because I do understand the value of GMOs, as well as the downsides to it. So I feel like, I mean, just to stand on still the neutral side, if it's been properly integrated into our system, I think that it has a potential of helping the food industry to move forward. But yeah, I guess I'll leave it at that.
You know, if you make that submission, you open the door for me to ask question. Because
I think that I'd like to leave the conversation at that rather than take a side, because that's what you'd be pushing me to.
No, I asked your understanding of it, and you made a submission which requires that I seek clarifying question, but it's okay. I see you're doing political stance.
I mean, sometimes diplomacy does the trick. What's it?
Let's talk about how objectively we can get all Nigerians to not be hungry beyond 2030 as you have aspirations of. So effectively, what are the steps? Is it by private organizations like yourself, or is this beyond the capacity of what individuals can do or collectives can do that government needs to come in? What are your views?
Okay, thank you so much for that. I mean, I've always been on the side of always the lean on the side of individuals or private companies can't do all the work in terms of taking us from where we are to where we need to be even in before 2030 or even beyond 2030. It takes a collective effort. No one person can fix Africa's food insecurity anyway. So even for what we do or what we encourage in our company is active collaboration, and that's what has gotten us to this level where we're at really quick. We leverage on partnerships, and that partnerships can come in pretty much public-private. A lot of the work that we're doing is at the grassroots level, and I know that I have one of my uncles who used to tease me about getting into politics, because if we want to solve things even at the local level, you need to work with people, who are at different leadership points and people who serve in the government, because those are the people that have the touch points and can get you what you need. I would usually laugh about him nudging me to get into politics, but now I see it, right? Because when you get to that level of working or even trying to provide a solution, you need all the hands that you can get from the local level all the way to the very top. And that's what we're leveraging on at this time. I never thought I would even go to, not that we're politicking anything, but it's just the idea is working with different, sets of people within the public sector and also us as in the private sector as well. We also do a lot of work with other companies who are still innovating. All we're thinking of is we can't do this alone, because the more you want to solve things, the more problems come. And you're wondering, like, am I even doing the right thing? But it's that, yes, you're doing the right thing, but then the problems are just too vast. You need now to work with other people who don't necessarily do the same thing that you do, but have like some fragments of other aspects that they could come in and solve. So yes, I'm leaning on the side of public-private partnerships any day, because we can't do the work alone. So yeah, we need everybody working collectively.
Okay. Have you explored such partnerships before?
Yeah, that's currently what we're doing, as I mentioned. We're currently also working with example would be, I mean, that conversation is ongoing anyway. But yes, on the top side, we're championing a partnership that's we want to pilot with the Ministry of Women Affairs in Nigeria. And then on the local side, we're working with different local governments and their legislative council to expand the work that we're doing. Yes.
So for individuals or companies that want to explore government partnerships, what strategies can they execute to make it happen based on the experience of what you've achieved?
To be honest, there's no one way to share this or to even let them know that this is one path, right? But then start with even writing to the office that you want to work with. I guess because of the high level of bureaucracy in the public sector, that's not going away anytime soon. And I mean, we all need to be realistic about it and still find a way to push through. I also remember one of our advisors in the early days when we started, who would usually nudge me to write as much emails, write to this office, write to that office, write to specific individuals in the specific government parastatal. Don't worry, just write, write to even like the AFTB president. You just never know. You just never know, right? I would say that we've explored that on that level. And I would also encourage other people, right, to explore it. Will it give you the results that you need? I can't guarantee you that, but it would usually help. One thing that always helps is to find an individual who is within those offices that you want to work with, it makes the work a lot easier, right? When you find a key person who can now direct you to somebody else, and that's even like coming down to the local level, right? With some of even like the local governments and the chairmans that we've even been able to meet, it was one key person within those places or even outside of those places who knew somebody that could point us to the authority that we needed. So it was just, asking every and everybody. And particularly, I would advise, because this is what has worked for me, be proactive in reaching as much, people. I've, asked my advisors to, connect me to one institution or the other, right? So it's just spreading your tentacles as much as you can, because you just never know. With the Ministry of Women Affairs, we were privileged to have had a specific connection to the minister herself, who then asked for a meeting, a private meeting, and then that's how we took that forward. And now we're literally seeing ourselves working with the entire ministry. But yes, it just takes one or two people who would make these connections for you. But aside that, don't relent, write directly. I know, like, I've even gone to other ministries myself, dropping letters myself. I haven't really gotten any call back from them, but it doesn't mean that I'm relenting. Moving on, and also my team is actively reaching out to other people who would help to facilitate the responses and connections that we need to penetrate any level of public office. But yes, that's pretty much what I'm going to say for that.
Okay. All right. So the next consideration will be, let's assume that you write, you do the legwork, and it works. How do you ensure that the partnership can be executed without hiccups? How do you ensure delivery without? Because since it's
to be honest, okay, sorry, I'll let you finish.
No, I was gonna ask, from your own experience, let's say somebody who's just getting started and wants to collaborate with a government agency in his country or her country, has done what you said in writing and doing the legwork. Now they've gotten some yes, so they are wondering, how do I ensure that I just do this thing correctly and create some pipeline that could potentially give me another opening? I remember you said you are working with the local government and some women agencies in the government. So is there a possibility that what you learned from that experience can be applied by our hypothetical individual?
I mean, yes, for sure. So I would say that, right, for me, one principle that I got into, that I was being taught by my parents, especially my dad, my late dad, will be that opportunity needs preparation. So I don't like to take things to chances. I don't think that people should. I think that people should start to develop that habit of always being prepared for opportunities that they're looking for. I usually tell, anybody who would ask me that, yes, as much as I'm a faith person, God is the center of everything that I do. One thing that I like to do personally, and one principle that I uphold, is to be diligent in whatever it is that I'm doing. And everybody around me knows this. It's that I put my heart into the smallest of projects. I don't want to start to preach now, but I would in relations to another principle that I hold so dearly, is that if you're faithful in the small, you'll be faithful in the big. And so with regards to opportunities that I've been able to have on a local grassroots level with the local governments, and even with now on a bigger level, the ministry, is that I've always been prepared for this thing, right? So it's like when that opportunity came to meet, those key persons, we were ready. Like we were always ready, and we were ready to say, hey, whichever that's meeting or the partnerships way to, we're ready to take on that. If it's a small project with the smaller, like on the local government level, we have outreach programs that we are actively hosting in these smaller communities with the local governments. And then on the bigger side as well, we also the existing projects that we're looking to contribute to what is existing, and see how that works, right? So my answer to this is be prepared for that level that you're getting to, whether it's a small level or the big level. And then when you get that opportunity, give it your best. If you say you're going to do A, do A. Like if you promised whatnot for a particular project, make sure that you deliver your own side, right? And so that they don't find you wanting, and so that relationship can blossom as much as you want to, right? So for us, even on the local level, we're giving it our best, right? We have outreach programs that we're hosting in these local governments, and we're giving it our best. And we also want them to see, how well we're doing, so that when we come back again, for sustainable projects or for sustainability, basically, they're happy at what we're doing or what we have done, and are able to give us a lot more audience on a bigger scale. The same thing with the ministry as well. But yes, that's really what I would encourage everyone who's looking to work with, public or go on a public partnership, is that first things first, be prepared. Secondly, deliver what you said you're going to do. Don't falter on your promises. If you say you're going to do project A, make sure that you do it and you do it very well, so that you sustain that relationship. That's what I'm going to say.
You mentioned you also try to show them what you're doing. How do you show them?
How do I show them? Well, we point them to the plate. First of all, we have a technology that is pretty much live. So it's really about, hey, this is the number of people who are currently using our tech, and this is what the tech can do. So it's not like we're telling them; they're actually using it. They are seeing what we have going on, and they're excited about it. They're excited about how now. I mean, what they're now saying is like how what we currently have benefits their market or their audience, right? So in the case of on the local side, right? It's not, we obviously gave them our technology system, which can be accessed without the internet, without a smartphone. And they were able to try it out. They were able to see how it benefits, their community, and they're excited about it. So it's a more of showing them and not just telling them that, hey, this is what we can do. But yes, basically, otherwise, we also showed them also how many people are currently using our platform, and they were really interested about it and want to now work with us.
All right. Some people say women and girls are misrepresented when it comes to investment opportunities on the continent, or let me say in Nigeria. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
Well, first things first is I'm a woman, and just putting myself in this situation, I would say that it's not been the easiest. And even with me, I'd like to think that I have a good social capital. I like to also think of people who don't have the level of social capital that I've been able to build all these years, and still access to financial resources is pretty much far-fetched, right? Not to say that they aren't, but it's how is it distributed now to the people who need it the most? I did attend the program a few days ago, and in like the organizers of that program, it's a community that I'm a huge representative of. I did see that in that program there were a lot of there were opportunities for spotlighting people who were innovating and doing something that really stood out. But then we weren't there, right? We weren't there, we weren't showcased. I attended and I wanted to just find out how were the people who got here or who were spotlighted, how were they selected, right? And sometimes it baffles me that maybe the people who are doing the actual work are the ones who don't get recognized. But the people who pretty much, are more of a telling than doing the work are the ones who get some of these opportunities. And so, I mean, I feel like maybe it won't go away, pretty soon. But we're hopeful that people will start to become more and more spotlighted, so that the work that they're doing is not just being behind the scenes. They're out there, they have the resources, I mean, just obviously spotlighted so that they now get the resources that they need. But yes, it starts with putting people or recognizing the efforts that innovators are doing, so that they are now at the forefront of being recognized and getting the resources that they need to scale and move forward. But yes, in a nutshell, I would say that that is still a big deal. That's I think that it's maybe being paid attention to, because I mean recently we also got spotlighted, and that opened a lot of doors for us. It didn't give us financing in a way, but yes, if we have these opportunities coming, particularly for women, I think that we would pretty much move forward really quick in terms of solving food insecurity in the continent. But yeah, there are a lot of women doing amazing things. I can't even begin to too numerous to mention. But yes, if we start to get recognized, start to get showcased, then we now have the right people seeing us first of all, and then taking notes into how can I support these people financially to get to the next level. But yes, it starts with recognition, it starts with visibility.
When you have, I suppose now that you are closer to individuals who can and do provide such resources, recognition, and capital, when you have told them this, or if you have told them, what did they say? Did you tell them? So, two questions in one direction.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I don't like to. I like to have my voice out. I like to be sure that my voice is also heard. But yes, in different rooms, I've mentioned this. But usually you will get, we're going to do our best, right? And we're going to. I mean, they can only do what they can at the end of the day, and it's not even just in the cases where we're being spotlighted and we're thinking of, okay, now that people have seen what we're doing, how do we now become positioned where we now get that actual resources that we need to move forward or get from point A to point B in our growth? And the response would just be, we're going to try our best, right? It is not satisfactory. I wish that they could do a lot more than throwing those words around. But yes, I guess it's about taking it and just hoping, right? It's about keeping your hope alive that something positive would happen afterwards. But yes, there's really not much that we could do aside drinking it before them and then waiting or pushing them slightly to see if there's going to be any change in terms of providing the resources. I also got an opportunity to attend a financing forum yesterday for climate-based innovations. And I asked these questions, right? Like I said, when I'm in the room, I like to make sure that, I share and get my voice heard. And so in that room, I asked particularly about what these stakeholders who do wholesale financing and retail financing, pretty much what they do in terms of supporting the businesses, small businesses, MSMEs, who are now in the climate financing industry, like us. And so it was just those cliche responses like, oh, we're having a pilot program and this is how much has been committed. I was particular about how is that financing distributed across board. But the response again, as will be cliche responses. And so sometimes when you hear these things, you really don't have much to do, right? But just be hopeful that in your journey, you would eventually find somebody who is, I guess, impact driven, who connects to your vision and is able to say, you know what, I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, just so that this company can get to the next level. But yes, I guess until when that happens, we won't stop the work. We'll continue with providing solutions just so that we make progress in our goal of strengthening our food security.
So you mentioned you have commendable, well, you didn't use commendable, but I think that's the word that could be used in a synonym that could be used there, social capital, for someone who, our hypothetical individual who is just starting out with such equity. How can they now mobilize resources owing to the fact of your response to government's availability to fund or support SMEs?
To be honest, it's not a one size fits all thing. People need to recognize, first of all, the industry that they're working in, and then also pay attention to the solution that they're providing, and be able to sell that in a manner where somebody is able to believe in what you're selling, and it's not even just selling; it's that you have something to show for it. So even, I told my friends this thing that yes, I do have some good level of social capital. And I don't take them for granted, right? And I wouldn't say that there's people that I would easily rush to without having something on ground, because, I myself, I'm in that space as well. I'm talking the private equity space and the venture building. So I understand what may be required at different levels of growth. So I would say the same thing to any entrepreneur who is building any solution and they're actively fundraising or looking for resources. Usually, you'd hear people say, start raising from your friends and foes in that sense. But yes, I would also echo that to say that start with the people in your small circle, right? If those people maybe don't believe you, then maybe look elsewhere, right? But then don't stop looking for funding resources. Ask anybody, right? Put yourself out there. I wouldn't say just jump into people's DMs, but strategically consider their profiles and maybe their investment appetite or what it is that they are even about as individuals before jumping into the DM. So I'd say that fundraising is pretty strategic. It needs you to do a lot of calculations. And it needs you to also be authentic as well, because first, I myself, I literally can spot people who are inauthentic from a far place, right? So even before you even approach me to tell me about what you're doing, I can sense it if you're maybe just in it for for short term, or maybe you are in it for the long term. So I'd say that don't just start to throw your efforts here and there. Plan for it and make sure that you put in the work to get to particular points where you are ready to get some level of funding resources, because there's the other side of funding that maybe people are not talking about a lot. And that is, are you actually ready for that funding? Like, if you get an amount of money that you've been asking for, how are you going to use it? Are you going to be a good steward of that financing, of that resources, right? And that's why you hear a lot of businesses who start off, raise capital, and then close shop in a year or two. It really just begs the question, and you can literally see that these guys were not ready, right? They had beautiful innovations, but it's the management of the resources that you get. And that's the part that people don't talk about enough. And maybe that's why you find venture building platforms hosting investment readiness programs, because it is a very vital part of fundraising. It's not just about getting access to the funding. It's about, am I ready to manage the resources that I get? And it's not even like big capital, right? It's even in the 1,000 words USD that you have access to, maybe that you raise from your friends. It's, are you able to manage even the small resources that you get before even getting access to the bigger ones? So yes, that's just.
Okay, as we draw closer to the top of the hour, is there anything else you would like people to know about your work before we go to final comments?
I mean, in our work, like, we try to build, first of all, a culture of resilience in our team. In this journey of what's less than 2 years, we've faced all level of adversities. I'm not going to lie to you. There is delays, there's been rejections here and there. We've had to, I guess, restructure our model. And also coming back to the talent pipeline has just really been messy, and in a way it has affected a lot of what we do and progress, right? But every day we count our small steps, and we appreciate how far that we've gone, even the little progress that we've had. We've been resilient enough to come back from every setback that we've had. And this is not even just the culture that we're building, within a company. It's also how it translates to the solution that we're providing for our farmers, because the essence of everything that they do is pretty much resilience. The agriculture is a very peculiar and dynamic industry compared to every other industry out there. But what exactly drives the work that happens from the ground all the way to the mouth of the table of people is resilience. From every single step, every value chain is pretty much resilience driven. And so it's even also translates to anybody who's looking to come now into the agricultural industry or set up an agribusiness. Is that you from yourself, you have to imbibe that spirit of resilience and continue to push even in the face of adversity. But yes, we look forward to the next few months, because there's a lot of changes that's going to be happening within the Nigerian market, and then scaling towards other parts of Africa. And we're really excited. Every day that's we sleep and we wake up, we think about how much impact in the work, how much impact there could be in the work that we're doing. And it's like every single day we're seeing it, we're seeing the changes, and it keeps us hopeful for the next few months and years. But yes, I'll just let you continue.
Yeah. Anyone else you want? Is there anybody you want to shout out to? I'm out of my questions. I know we still have a few minutes, but if you have any contact, yeah, go ahead.
I'm not particularly, but really, to be honest, we couldn't have gotten this far without people who believe in us. So I'd really like to shout out to them. Most importantly, shout out to our team, especially the technical team. Those guys some days, don't get a good sleep because they're trying to see that this works, right? And every day I feel like while I challenge them, they also challenge me as well. So it's very much us challenging each other on the team. But yes, I'd really like to shout out to them. They are pretty much the backbone of our solution and why they even exist. This pretty much started as, like I said, a random idea, but even as somebody who has been in the consumer software industry for a while, and working on bringing ideas to life through software. It's a different feeling when you are saying something that you just thought maybe, was this big, audacious, daring idea, and you're wondering how. At first, one of the questions was, what sort of technology do we launch that would drive the solution that's we're providing or we're looking to provide. Like I said, we've had to remodel our business generally so that it fits into the technology that would serve our smallholder farmers. We didn't build a mobile application, didn't build anything complex, but every day just seeing how that's low technology that we thought was, we were thinking in the did a lot of innovation, did a lot of conceptions, and drawing board sessions and sprints and whatnot. But just seeing every day the team bring this thing to life and having test one feature. Very recently, we also closed a partnership with MTN Momo PSB, and at first, one of the key things that we wanted to solve was how do we integrate finance into our tech, into that low technology, right? We thought of all the platforms that we could integrate. Eventually, just kickstarted the conversations, and that conversations, yes, there were a few delays, but just seeing how that has translated into, people are actually now using it. They're now, able to pay for it. Transactions are coming in. It couldn't have been possible without a wonderful team. So I would always go back to my team to say thank you to them. And then we do have amazing advisors. We have one of the best advisors, right? Some days it is hard. Some days it's hard. You can have different views, pouring in. You also have your intuition of what decisions to make, but then just clarify and just to check that you're not running mad or you're not going crazy. They're experts behind the scenes that believe in us so much that we can go to at any time to run our crazy ideas with, and then they share their wonderful thoughts and opinions on how to go about things, point us in the right direction, which is the most important thing. But yes, so to every other person who has ever come across our solution and have used it and have validated it, we owe them all the shout outs and all the thanks. But yes, and I'm going to stop there for now. So on about, but yes, it's basically the people who believe in us to see the vision up to where we're at that deserve all the shout outs.
All right. That's where we put a pin on it for today. Thank you for your time. Appreciate your support.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, I wish you the very best in the rest of the operationalization of your vision.
Thank you so much, Tom-Chris, and also I wish you the best on this lofty goal and dream, and I hope that you get so the approval and recognition that you need. This is a lot of effort, and I really do commend you. I was telling my friends the other day that there's not so many people who can start something and see it to the very end. And I really love that you've gotten to this point, maybe the last day, or the second to last day. And yeah, I really do want to commend you. Thank you so much for having me, and all the very best in the remaining sessions.
Thank you. Hello, Madame Parminder.
Hello, Tom. How are you?
I'm alive.
No, you're more than alive. You're looking so fresh.
Oh, I do. I have lost half of my body mass.
It's not.
I can see my
good. It's good to be fit and healthy. But this is a crazy good idea, right? that you took on. I'm sorry, but and so much support behind you. So we're all rooting for you.
Thank you.
Loving the idea of having conversations.
Yes, the media landscape has been changing. You are an expert on that, so I don't need to say. So I thought let's have conversations and give people the opportunity to share some of the thoughts they've always wanted to share, but Q&A doesn't always allow. So yeah, welcome again.
Thank you, really. But it's also what you're doing is amassing phenomenal stories.
Yeah, there's so much we could do with this. The content alone is amazing. Like we've had lots of inspiring conversations, and I'm thinking I have lots of ideas of what we can do with the content that we produce from here. But we'll see. God will help us.
But yes, okay. I mean, I'd certainly be happy to share ideas because, the word content gets used quite sort of, I don't know. I mean, there was a time in, one talked about films and the stories and the depth of those stories. So for me, it's not just content you're creating. You're building a data bank of, as I said, phenomenal stories.
Yeah.
And you will find ways of amplifying that stories beyond you achieving your Guinness record.
Yep. Well said. Oh wow. Happy 70th. You don't look any hour older than 50.
Oh my God, thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you your secrets and we'll have all that conversation. But for the sake of those few, maybe one or two people who haven't clicked on your profile all these years you've been on the continent, doing all the work you've done, please introduce yourself to our audience.
Wow, thank you so much, Tom. This is a pleasure. We've worked on other things together. Well, who am I? I'm Parminder Vier. I've had, I don't know, really, 70 years of an extraordinary life, right? Of those from the 20s, I was just, as I marked my 70th last week, I was reflecting on those 7 decades and what a gift of God, what a gift from God that I've been privileged to be able to do the things that I love and that I feel passionate about, from the arts to making films to coming to your beautiful continent and living there for over 6 months and traveling across the continent and meeting the heartbeat of Africa, which is for me African entrepreneurs.
Amazing. Okay, so let's piggyback to when most of us gain our epiphany. Epiphany moment always starts from high school or earlier for some people. But if I was one of those flies on the wall in your room, what will I think of you in those formative years of your high school? Who was Parminder?
I think, even before we get to high school, because high school was quite painful, and I'll tell you why. I guess my story really begins as an immigrant, as a child of an immigrant. I left a country and a continent I was born in, which was India, a tiny village. And the day that I left, I traveled from my village as a 9-year-old to the city, which was Delhi, and then from Delhi on a plane to London, to Heathrow Airport. And in that moment, that was the moment of an absolute transformation, arriving in a totally different culture, in a totally different country, not speaking a word of his language. I read and spoke and wrote Punjabi in India, in Punjab, where I was born. So I think those formative years were one of finding myself in a completely new culture and a new country. Understanding Britain, and for the first time having lived in a kind of, was born in a monoculture, i.e. in the Indian subcontinent. I found myself in Southampton, in fact, which is where my father had bought a house. We were very lucky that we had a house to go to rather than a rented accommodation. In 1965, I'm talking about, Britain was a very different country. The world was a very different place. But then discovering, that I had Chinese neighbors, Africans across the road, West Indians, and people from Pakistan and Bangladesh, i.e. the world lived on my street. So having gone from, a village in Punjab, I was suddenly thrown in this and of course they were English, our neighbors were English as well, thrown in a very multicultural community. So I think for me, it's really those. And in that, I remember that summer, we arrived in July 1965, and I couldn't speak a word of English, but there's a lot of, suitcase of culture that I had brought with me. And I remember meeting, young people of my age on the street. We didn't have, big playgrounds or anything. We made our, the street on our, in where we lived, our playground, and teaching them games that I had played, playground games that I had played in India. And that became a way of me really bridging that, building that bridge to learning and being in a completely new culture. So I guess migration from Punjab to England is really what shaped me and continues to inspire, which is a sense of curiosity, a real, courage and an imagination that became really my early companions when I was growing up in Britain. And then dealing with going to school, making friends, learning English, dealing with overt racism in, schools, finding my passion in sports, I guess, was my first thing, because there I could be very competitive and you could really, really engage with people that were calling you names, but on a hockey pitch or any other sports pitch, netball, we were, it was all, I could take them on in within the kind of rules of the sport that I was playing. So sports became a very important another bridge through which I connected with people from different cultures and different communities. I don't know. I think in terms of my education, I was an immigrant and I was at a school full of other children from other of immigrant parents. And, in those days, the education establishment didn't have a lot of hope and aspiration for us. I think they thought that most of us would become really fodder for the local factories. That was the highest ambition that they had. But I knew that my father had been a teacher in India and that my grandfather had also been a teacher. And I sort of veered towards, okay, you know what, I'd like to be a teacher, and I'd like to be a teacher of sports, and also geography was the other thing. But I guess, really in fact, I'm writing about that period at the moment. But, really that it was challenging. It was a very challenging time, both for me personally, but also for the immigrant communities. In Britain, 1968, we'd had Enoch Powell talking about rivers of blood, overt racism, as well as covert racism in Britain was very prevalent. And as I grew, I realized that our parents' generations had almost like swallowed it and said, we are here, we need to keep our head down and we need to do the jobs, whether it's bus conductors, working in factories or whatever, or in hospitals, all the service sectors. But I think my generation said, to heck with this. No, we are going through the system, but that system needs to be challenged and changed. That's a long answer to your question.
Oh, yeah. It gave a perfect context to, your upbringing and the stories that shaped your reintroduction into, I should say, the culture that became the primary one before you began to seek participation into corporate and leadership. So here we begin now. Education.
Education.
Yeah. How was it?
Okay.
Yeah. How was it during those formative years?
So I did pursue my passion. My first passion was teaching.
Yes.
And it was to be, I trained as a physical education teacher and geography because then I dreamt of traveling the world,
Mm-hmm.
Then and geography was for me a fantastic way of learning about different parts of the world. So I did that. I graduated. And the irony is I never taught. I graduated with the Bachelor of Education. I think I applied for one teaching job, even though I had enjoyed all my teaching practices throughout my, when I was training to be a teacher. But that was, by 1978, I think it was 1978 that I graduated anyway. But, Britain was really changing. My generation, we were being educated here. Most of them were going to universities. Those who were going to universities, or as like me, pursuing I guess what I called, what do they call it in those careers, which are more practical career path. Yeah, I didn't go off and study philosophy. I trained to be a teacher. I didn't teach, but I found myself, I was, it was, these are all chance encounters, meeting someone who'd founded an organization called Minority Arts Advisory Service. And I said I had 4 or 5 months, and before, having graduated, looking for a job, and I would be happy to do a piece of research for them, mapping the ethnic arts. That's really meant Black, Afro-Caribbean, Asian arts in the UK. And I, traveled around the southern part of England But the important thing was that it sort of made me, that was the second passion, which was actually that what I, what I discovered, I knew nothing about how artists got funded, how artists got supported, how arts institutions worked, how cultural institutions worked. But I learned all that in 6 months and then decided that, you know what, I think I can bring some value to this. I think this is something that I would like to pursue. And so spent the next decade of my first career, which was in arts and culture, really, I guess, from mapping to programming to funding Black and ethnic minority artists in the UK.
What were those days like?
They were the most exciting days of my life.
I can imagine.
Say. The next excitement, in between I made films, was when I came to Africa. We'll come to that story since we're following this kind of linear approach.
Yeah.
I think, the 80s were tough, but they were also transformative. That previous generation, and I'll talk more specifically share with you my journey in arts and culture. The previous generations had laid the foundations of, that the arts and culture that they had brought with them and that they were developing in the context of Britain, from the Caribbean, across the Caribbean islands, from various parts of Africa, especially from Ghana and from Nigeria, but also other parts of Africa, and the Indian subcontinent, of course, and then, China and other ethnic minorities. I guess, the 90s was really a pioneering time for what now we look back on it, we call it the Black Arts Movement. And to be at the center of it, to be a catalyst, to have the resources to actually fund artists, to initiate amazing cultural programs as I did, and to also, most importantly, to really, I think, challenge and change the mainstream cultural institutions in the UK with regards to representation, employment, really race equality policies within those institutions. So it was it was a very exciting time. And many of the artists who came through the programs that I led, the funding that I provided, are now today internationally renowned.
Wow.
John Akamfra, who is from Ghana, internationally renowned visual artist, Isaac Julian, Shyla Berman. I could name a lot of, a long list of those living artists today, as well as, many who passed on, like Aubrey Williams, who was a Guyanese artist, Horace Ove, who was a filmmaker from Trinidad and Tobago, and many, 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 many more. So it was, it was a really transformative time.
Amazing.
Because, it's interesting that today, it was literally the last institution I worked with in terms of arts and culture was the Greater London Council, and it had a more progressive approach to making London a vibrant city from 1981 to 1986, when Margaret Thatcher, who was then the Prime Minister, abolished a lot of the metropolitan councils, including the GLC, and that with it, my job as the head of race equality unit, and before that, as the ethnic arts officer. But it was exciting. I organized Third Eye, London's festival of third world cinema, and brought filmmakers from Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean to London. I launched a Black theatre season. I put together a tribute to Paul Robeson with an exhibition, a memorial concert with Willard White, and screening some of his amazing films. the interesting thing is that after the GLC was abolished, I had a lot of the material that I had gathered over those years. I put them in boxes and had locked them up in my loft. And it's only in 2022 that I brought them down and began to reopen them and saw what an extraordinary, boxes full of stories. And I guess one of the things that I want to, really share with people who might be listening is, I now appreciate the significance of what I did intuitively, which is to, document my journey. And I would say to young people that that you too must begin to do that across the African continent.
Wow. Amazing. So was it after this career path that you transitioned into filmmaking?
Well, after the GLC was abolished, even during the GLC, I'd funded a lot of Black filmmakers. I organized the first Black Film Festival, bought film from Black independent filmmakers from America and British way back in 1982, and then developed a policy for funding Black film. And when I use the word Black, we used it then as a political term of really how people of African descent, people from the African continent, the Caribbean and India or Asia, as we're called here, united in their struggle and in their fight against overt and institutionalized racism. So I would say that yes, that in a sense, filmmaking and film for me is a very powerful medium through which to tell your stories, yeah. And at that time on British television and also on British film screens, we were not represented. Our stories were not seen or heard. And I knew that, I'd always wanted to tell stories. I'd always wanted to make films. So after the GLC was abolished, I pivoted and started at the bottom of the pyramid, at the bottom of the scale or whatever is ladder, and joined the BBC as a researcher to see if I could tell, I guess maybe, take on the kind of British film and television sector in 1986, yeah?
Amazing. Okay, so now you've transitioned into where you feel your skills can be used to make greater impact. How was the experience?
Well, making, again, it's like, okay, in the GLC, I'd been looking at it across sectors, cultural institutions, but now I was really going to be doing a deep dive into one sector, which was film and television. I think in the end, it's like when you're a writer, it's your body of work that speaks volumes, yeah. But for me, it was not enough just to make films. So I made extraordinary films for the BBC, with Channel 4, through my own independent production company, Formation Films. I learned, remember, one of the things I should have said is I didn't have a degree in arts administration, but I did manage to not just sustain, but to make a transformative impact in arts and culture over a decade. When I pivoted to working in the film and television sector, I'd never been to film school. I hadn't studied films, but that didn't stop me from having the audacity to think that I could make films and that I could work in television. And I think for me, it was the first 6 months I spent in the BBC learning the skill of research. And I think one of the young people, whether you're an entrepreneur, no matter what sector you're in, research is fundamental to how you build a story or how you build your product or your service. I think some of the most amazing films, what's so beautiful is a film, for example, a feature film that I produced, and it was released in 1998. Only 2 weeks ago, there was a screening of it in Brixton, and I'm just amazed how the younger generation, today's younger, generation of today, is discovering that film and discovering themselves in that film. It's a reggae musical set in Northwest 10. But other films that I made during that time, like Algeria, Women at War, I was intrigued by what happened to the women who fought in the Algerian Revolution. I remember watching Battle of Algiers and seeing how the role that women play as mujahideen, hiding bombs and passing messages, etc. And then I thought, what happened to them? And I found them. I found the women who fought in that revolution, their daughters who inherited, an independent Algeria, and the granddaughters who were now fighting again between, I guess it was the modern Islam, the modern Algeria and the Islamic and the more traditional Islamic Algeria. This was way back in 1992. But, they were all about, I guess what telling those stories enabled me to do was really to, challenge and break the stereotypes and actually to project new narratives. I always said it was about giving voice to the voiceless. Many of my films I made were across the African continent, always working with local talent, writers and directors and producers. Films definitely gave me the tools to tell those untold stories, especially of those who have been silenced or unseen. I think for me, the message for young listeners is that storytelling is power.
Yep.
And it's, that you must, particularly across the African continent, use it responsibly, use it to connect, and use it to imagine a better world, a different world. Use it to change the perception of Africa and the African narrative. I've painted a really, a glossy picture of how it was not easy, obviously, as a woman of color, or in an industry that's in the British film and television industry then, in the late 1980s, to break into that and break into it without those kinds of degrees as your crutches, as it were. So that meant that I couldn't just make films. We also had to take on institutionalized racism, discrimination within the film and television industry, whether it was creating around training, around representation. There was no excuse for, all white male crews, or, only, that the British television and the British film industries on-screen talent was not reflective of, a growing multi-ethnic, multicultural society. So, so one was always, as one, running and managing and raising funds to make your next film. I think if I had just focused on that, maybe I might have been by now a very successful media business owner. But I guess I never joined the industry to make money. I didn't join it for that thinking that it was glamorous. I joined it to change it. I joined it to tell the stories that I was not seeing reflected, on our television screens.
Okay. Wow. So I have a front row seat in unpacking all this eccentric and flamboyant journey. Okay. So, I mean, if I was a young lady aspiring to a career like yours, it would be nice to know some of the learning curves, even though I know the industry might not be the same now, but the ethos of becoming successful in on the job sometimes is still the same. So what would you tell somebody who would like to, live a career or live a legacy like yours in that kind of career before we move to the next phase?
What, the career from arts into film and television? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if there are people out there listening who aspire to work in arts, media, creative industries, I say do what I did, which is ignorance is a bliss. I had no fear. I consumed a lot of good films. I, watched, when I was programming film festivals, I fell in love with cinema. I fell in love with storytelling. And I fell in love with cinema from around the world, Right. Even before I started making films, I'd watched films from your amazing country in Ghana, from, Senegal, Ousmane Sembène, Safi Faye. These are people I knew and I met, Gaston Kabore, and many, many, yeah? So you can't just say, I want to be a filmmaker, I want to work in the creative industries or arts and culture. You have to find that fire in your belly. Maybe, in today's world, it's becoming more of like, it's less of a creative drive and more of a business. It wasn't in my days, and I think those were unique days where you woke up in the morning and you started working on your film project or your television series or your, arts and creative, because you were passionate about that. And I think, for anybody today, and I would still, even though it's become much more about algorithms, it's become much more about, the number of, clicks or whatever, I would say that it's, the creative, the people who really pursue creativity as a career path are the most blessed people. And societies, wherever they are in the world, are blessed to have them, because imagine societies without people without arts and culture. Can you imagine? Can you imagine a Ghana without your amazing festivals, your amazing painters, your amazing musicians? Yeah, it would be a deadly, boring place, right?
I know.
So I would say really find your passion, within this. First, find your passion. Mm-hmm. What is it that you really want to do? I knew that I didn't want to direct. I didn't want to work in the technical side of film production. I wasn't going to be a cinematographer or a sound recordist or a lighting person. I certainly didn't want to work in kind of the management, the production management side, i.e. be a line producer or even in post-production. I had no desire to be an editor. So I found that, what my skill set was as a producer, bringing all those elements together around a single idea, and then taking that idea from an idea to the screen, working with a very talented group of people. So find your passion. Do you want to be a director, writer? What aspect of just focusing on the film and the film and television sector, or television. And nowadays television has just become another platform on which you broadcast, but there was a time when television was very, very important. So I would say find that, yeah. And if you would say also remember that film, art, and media are really tools of power, and particularly so across the African continent. I think it's important for you to use them, as I feel I have done, is to tell the truths and to help connect people across the boundaries. I know that when I've made film in Algeria, that, it's a film that has resonated with people around the world. Similarly, when I produced the reggae musical, and also that film still continues to resonate, across boundaries. But I guess, in all of the things that I was doing, and I think you as a creative is doing, what you're doing is imagining new futures. And right now across the African continent, boy, do we need storytellers who really help us to imagine a new future for the African continent.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, there are so many stories that need to be told, including yours,
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, coming to Africa, and then I suppose that was around the time when you began with the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
Yes. Well, that in itself is an amazing story.
Yeah.
I mean, here I am sitting in London. By now, I've had this amazing career in arts and culture, in business development. I've made films, and I'm now 58 years old, thinking, and I've now raised two beautiful daughters who've gone out into the world, gone through their university education, sustained, the most loving relationship and marriage. I thought, Parminder, you're 58. I think you should now just stop working. And when I said that to people, they just couldn't believe it. So what are you going to do next? I said, what is it about me stopping working don't you get? I'm saying no more. Yeah. I didn't know what I would do next. And it's interesting that when you create a space into that space, I suppose I had the confidence to say, I want to stop working. And I created a space, and into that space walked Mr. Tony Elumelu. I met him on the 11th of April in 2014 in London. And I thought I was offering my experience, because I had done quite a lot of work in Nigeria, and I'd fallen in love with Crazy Lagos, and thought, wouldn't it be, I would love to find a way of giving back or doing something in Nigeria. And lo and behold, the foundation in our first meeting said, we want to launch an entrepreneurship program. The founder, Tony Elumelu, wants to commit $100 million of his family wealth. We're looking for a director of entrepreneurship. Will you come and help us operationalize that vision? Now, for most 58-year-olds, and that means moving to Lagos. Well, that would be, quite a real, oh my God, okay, absolutely not. I'm really comfortable in London. I have a beautiful home. My husband is still, working at Goldsmiths University. And, children have left, and I should really enjoy the peace and quiet of my home. I think it took me 3 seconds or something. I can't remember, but I said, okay, let me talk to my family. And they all said, yes, you should take the job. You should go. I said, what? Go to Nigeria? I didn't realize you guys were so keen to get rid of me. But they said, no, Mom, you will get bored with this notion of you're not going to you don't want to work anymore. Go try it out. You can actually give them a blueprint within 6 months and then see, whether you'd want to stay or not. So that's how I ended up. So I meet him on the 11th of April, 16th, I get a draft contract. And on the 24th of April, I'm sitting at my desk in Lagos, in Ikari, in their office with a blank sheet of paper to start designing the entrepreneurship program with the staff. And it's, I think for me, the kind of insights is really that you don't, you create your own opportunities, but you must also seize the opportunities. And what is that, quote, opportunity meets preparedness, or, that I realized when I arrived that this was a destiny call, that this was a destiny call. This wasn't a job. I wasn't coming to Nigeria, Lagos for a job. It was a mission, and that everything that I had done, all the skills that I had amassed while I was up to that point, were going to now be brought to bear on designing Africa's largest entrepreneurship program, which is what I did. The program is, everybody across the continent knows. I guess I brought to it my kind of filmmaker's mindset, which is clarity of vision. I'm working in collaboration. Films do not get made by one person. And the courage to execute, going from making documentary films to feature films. Nothing could faze me. The entrepreneurship program, certainly by 2024, I ran it. I stepped down from the foundation. I stepped down from the job as the CEO in 2019. And again, it's because I hadn't gone there for a job. I wasn't going to hold on to a job, right? I had completed my mission, and it was time to hand over the baton, which I did, and then joined the board until 2021, when I moved on from the Tony Emewulu Foundation. But what really makes me so happy is that the foundation, we celebrated, marked the 10th anniversary in January this year, that the foundation has, within those 10 years, empowered over 20,000 entrepreneurs, invested, the $100 million with the skills mentoring and the seed capital. One of the amazing things, Tom, is no matter where I go in the world, I was in Tunisia recently, I will meet the entrepreneurs who came through that program. There was even an entrepreneur who had traveled from Djibouti to come to Tunis for this Big Tech Africa festival, or summit, sorry. And he said, Ma'am, I'm a 2018 entrepreneur. I was speaking at an event 2 weeks ago in London, AfriBonds Forum, and a young man came up to me afterwards, said, Ma'am, I'm a 2018 entrepreneur. And now he lives in London. I've done, when I've gone to Gabon, and certainly I know that when I come to Ghana, and if I write, I'm going to be in Accra, and I would love to meet the entrepreneurs who came through the program. There'll be so many entrepreneurs. In fact, that is where I institutionalized my first meeting with the entrepreneurs who'd been selected on the program in 2015. Was in Accra, in Ghana, and I saw the value. All I did was to say to them, I'm going to be in Accra, I'm staying at this place. If you, I would love to meet you. And I thought 2 or 3 would turn up. 40 of the entrepreneurs showed up from across Ghana, some traveling for a day too. to get there. And I saw the magic of bringing just within Ghana, the entrepreneurs, the Ghanaian entrepreneurs, and who then began to collaborate and work together. And that, in fact, I just want to say, not because, that's where that whole idea of then institutionalizing meetups, wherever I traveled across the continent, we would put out a call and entrepreneurs would come together. It was also a way of actually now physically seeing them, because the program was, as you know, an online program. I think entrepreneurship is a new art form. I think it's about creating value from that imagination. I think for me, really that, in terms of the impact. So there was the impact on the entrepreneurs, but there was also a big impact on the entrepreneurship ecosystem.
Yeah.
And I think when I arrived in 2014, yes, we talked about entrepreneurship accelerators and incubator, but there wasn't a critical mass. Now, and I know you can travel to every city, even the more emerging economies, Central Africa Republic, Sudan, Djibouti, as I was mentioning. You will find incubators, hubs, you will find accelerators, and you will find that many of the government leaders in public sector have embraced entrepreneurship. I think for me, the biggest impact was how the academic, the educational institutions from colleges to universities have embedded teaching entrepreneurship as part of their curriculum. I think, so that was a whole ecosystem. I think the other fundamental impact that I feel that I had in my tenure as, during my time and as leading the Tony Emewulu Foundation, was also to begin to advocate for change of mindset amongst the donors, the philanthropists, the DFI, the development agencies, and get them to think about that Africa does not need aid, that Africa needs investment, and to bring that investment and to begin to embrace entrepreneurship as a means of really empowering those entrepreneurs for the economic transformation and growth of the continent. I was just thinking, I was writing down some of the, if I may continue, maybe some of the lessons for the younger people.
Yes, please.
Yes.
That would be glorious. Please share the lessons, yeah? Okay,
so I guess for me, what was it? It was really, imagination and imagination, I guess, it was applying imagination, but, seeing what doesn't exist, what doesn't yet exist. The entrepreneurship program didn't exist, but we all brought our imagination to bringing it into existence, yeah? The 7 pillars of the entrepreneurship program emerged over 9 months of really, just deep thinking. The easiest thing for me would have been to just parachute a pre-existing program from outside of, from Africa, Asia. Pre-existing program from US or Europe, where they were ahead of the curve in terms of designing incubator programs. That would have been the easiest. But, when I arrived on the continent, it was like, no, you have to build from the ground up, and you have to build based on the lived realities of African entrepreneurs. So I think from, the framework of is the print, I guess, the kind of, the core values is imagination. And I think you can see that in my work in arts and culture, absolutely in film and television. I think the other is courage. I think is constantly, I stepped into the unknown when I started working as in arts and culture. I stepped into the unknown when I said to myself, I wanted to make films. I stepped into the unknown when I took on the challenge of designing Africa's entrepreneurship program. So I suppose the point I'm making is really that, that unless and until you step into that unknown, you won't understand that growth begins outside of your comfort zone. So I think one of my key things has been always to be working outside of my comfort zone. I think the third thing is collaboration for entrepreneurship. For entrepreneurs is absolutely fundamental.
Yeah.
That no story is written alone. Integrity, that is, more and more as we see the world is losing integrity. The more and more we must find integrity in everything that we do. And that means staying true to your values. Is the purpose, is the values that sustain you after everyone has stopped, maybe congratulating you on a job well done.
Right.
So I think, and finally impact, for me is asking not what can I achieve, but what can I change? And I can distill these things for you now, but I don't think I knew that. But clearly, when I look back on it, I'm thinking, oh my God, these are the things that have really, that have been consistent kind of threads of my, in terms of my, just the work that I've done or the life that I've led.
Wonderful.
Are we nearly?
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Oh, wow.
No, you still have some time.
Okay.
So you are at this point when you are putting your frameworks together, writing, consolidating, and looking at what you leave to the next generation of thinkers and operators. So I know your book is coming soon, but what else?
Thank you.
Yeah. What else should people expect to, receive from you in the next few months or years?
I don't know. It's very interesting. I'm really good at telling everyone else, write your story, document your journey. And I look at myself and think, why haven't I done that? Myself, because there was always the next thing to do and the next thing. But they weren't just next things. They were really mission critical, impactful things that I took on doing, I suppose. So no, I am, 2021, we all came through COVID. And I guess it was opening those, going back to arts and culture, it was opening those boxes that said, wow, the information contained in these is so important and relevant, yeah? So the first project that I embarked on was really digitizing, was sorting out the archive from 1979 to 1986, and then digitizing it. And that's been a very interesting experience. There's, literally about 3,000 documents, digitizing them all. And then working with really, a magical, web developer to build an archive portal. So the first portal that I'm building is really be a depository of all the GLC archive. I'm learning a whole new language. Remember, I was born in the analog age, right? And pivoted to the digital age. In the analog age, we barely had a landline. Letters took a month to arrive from England to India when my father was in England and we were still in India. Phone calls, you waited in line in somewhere to make a phone call. I didn't get my first mobile phone until 1996 when I was in production on my feature film. Fax machines, emails, all these things that you young people take for granted didn't exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, you guys don't have any excuses for not telling stories because you have your mobile, you have an iPhone, or you have, I don't, I have a Samsung, but you have an iPhone and you can begin to create and really tell those stories. So I'm and all of these, as I reread those reports that I wrote way back from 1979 to 86, I was thinking, my God, I used to handwrite these reports. I would handwrite them and I would send a handwritten down to the typing pool and they would type it. I would read it, I would correct it, and it would go back to the typing pool, and then the final copy would come back to me. Now we can just sit at our computers and do them in no time. So I think so I am, and that my aim was to launch that portal by to mark my 70th, but I will launch it now in my 70th and my 70th year and in the kind of the 7th decade of my life. And accompanying that will be a narrative book because that's the other thing I found is that because I hadn't written about what it was that I had done in that time, other people have written that story, but they have completely tipexed out the person who was behind many of those initiatives, yeah? And it's a lesson I took to the to the foundation. And in the first year, I remember saying, we must document visually as well as in writing what this program is about. How did we design it? Why did we design it? What is the mission vision behind the program? And I produced a documentary which sits on the foundation's website and then went on to make 4 others, simply because I didn't want someone to come 10 years later and say, oh, wow, have you heard about this, the foundation and the program? How did it, who created it? How did it start? And then, write out many of the pioneers out of that story. So for me, writing yourself into the story now is what I'm doing. So that will certainly, the idea is that you're right, that narrative, as either is it a book or is it a Substack series, whatever, is released. The portal where people can go and download and read and, extraordinary stories behind many of those initiatives during that early period. My second big project will be Africa and African entrepreneurship, because, I didn't just leave. I moved back to London in 2020, but Africa has not left me and I will not leave it and I will not leave supporting
impressive.
African entrepreneurs. And I feel that now, having, developed my writing muscles and the discipline to sit at my desk, I will now begin to write, the stories of the African entrepreneurs that I met and that, and really, and their growth but also more importantly, to write about why African entrepreneurship in the context of the new scramble for Africa matters even more, right? the new scramble for Africa being that suddenly India, we know China and Russia is already there, but India is looking to Africa big time. Saudi Arabia has just suddenly committed, billions of dollars to support African entrepreneurs, i.e. the Middle Eastern countries and the North African countries are also turning to the sub-Saharan Africa. Africa matters because it has, as we know, the youngest population in the world. And for me, Africa's biggest and the most valuable asset is not the minerals. And yes, the wildlife is really important, but for me, it's the human capital.
Absolutely,
and that human capital is its youngest population in the world. But not only is it young, as I experienced traveling across those 54 countries, not only is it young, it is also aspirational, it's also determined to succeed no matter what, yeah? So those are some of the things that I am doing. And then parallel to that, I will also begin to write about making films, from somebody who's never been to a film school, and sharing some of the challenges and some of well, not just challenges, but really some of the lessons that I learned about making films. For the biggest one that I know that I took again to African entrepreneurs was raising capital, right? Mm. And I always say to people, entrepreneurs across the continent, capital is not the problem on the continent. It's investable opportunities. And African entrepreneurs, you must build investable value propositions that investors from within the continent as well as from outside of the continent are able to then begin to invest in. And that was one of the most amazing insights. I met, really the next generation of what I called ecosystem builders on the continent. I met, and I'm writing about them now at the in Tunis at the Big Tech Africa. How they are. It's they're not just writing checks. It's about a journey. Once they find an investable value proposition, is going on that journey of development, of growth, and of long-term relationship, and rather than just rather than checks. Checks are very easy to write.
So, before you go over to your concluding statements, you made a vital comment about the new scramble for Africa. In light of that fact, what do you tell my generation, we that are building and getting into opportunities to create the solutions to the problems that we've identified? Individuals that are also looking to find their first jobs and participate in the conversation in whatever capacity they can. What do you tell my generation about what's happening, what's about to come, and what their role is in that context?
So for me, that's such a beautiful question, and it's something that I'm really, really, really passionate about. I was watching the G20 gathering in India. I was watching it on my screen. It was happening in Delhi in, I think it was 2024. And until then, the African continent, the African Union, had just been an observer. This is G20, right? And I was like, I know that various leaders have said, Africa, and it was only represented by South Africa, yeah? Mm. And that's really unfair, given that there are 53 other African countries. And I was really blown away when Prime Minister Modi, not only did he bring the African Union in terms of full membership into the G20, he didn't start the G20 convention until the African Union was sitting at the table. So he opened the G20 with inviting them to full membership of G20, and then beginning to proceed with their agenda. And that really, like, wow, it's taken this long for the Africa Union, for the African continent to be represented in this very powerful club, an economic, social, political club. And then I notice how in BRICS, again, South Africa is the S in BRICS, as you know. Again, again, how BRICS was being opened up, and Nigeria and Ethiopia and other African countries are being invited to be a part of BRICS. So G20 and BRICS are fundamental global South platforms. And the question that I keep asking is, and where are the African entrepreneurs in that conversation, in that agenda setting, in that, what is there, what kind of an Africa and an Africa that they want to build and they want to see, the young leaders like yourself, as well as young founders and startups and entrepreneurs. So and I've written about this and published several articles on the New Scramble for Africa and the role of African SMEs and entrepreneurs. I feel, for me, it's really fundamental. It's really important that young people, African entrepreneurs, African startups, African SMEs, and entrepreneurs, young technocrats who are working within governments, really begin to have a voice at not only just to have a voice, i.e. observers, but actually to drive the agendas so that it's they who are setting the agenda in terms of the African continent. The G20 is going to be meeting in November in South Africa. And, I was in Tunisia and I was asking people, so are you going to be, what are you doing with regards to the G20? It's amazing how very few people outside of South Africa.
What happened? Would you end the other one? The one that is showing on Facebook. Oh, I ended already? Okay. Yeah. There are two now. There's one. She's here on my laptop. So connect her. Either move us to where you are or come to this one. I'm not sure. There are several of them then. Just end that one. Use this link. Yes. Yes. Sorry. Zoom and Zoom. Hello.
Hi.
Yeah.
This is Parminder. So can I leave now? I think we're done.
I was trying to get your concluding statements, but it just dropped.
Mm-hmm. You still want to do that?
Well, I would love to conclude it in my head because you were giving this wonderful advice and it dropped. I would like to get a summary statement in my head, if you may.
Can I do that?
Yes, please. Yes.
I mean, I wrote it. In fact, I wrote it down. So this is my concluding statement, that imagination is our human superpower. Whether you're a filmmaker, entrepreneur, coder, or an activist, use your imagination to serve others. From Punjab to London to Lagos, my journey taught me that purpose is the bridge between what you love and what the world needs. If you can imagine a better world, you can build it, but you must begin today.
Awesome. That was powerful.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Parminder. You have been instrumental in the story of my generation's entrepreneurial impulse exploration. I remember when I met you through the foundation and some of the lessons that you shared with us. And of course, you've remained connected to my community and you've supported me in different dimensions. And, I don't take it for granted that in this special 7-decade anniversary of your work and your life, you are joining me again to make this global history. So thank you so very much. You shared candid lessons that I believe everyone who, participated and watched and took notes, they will be transformed by the lessons you shared. So thank you so much.
I'm deeply, deeply grateful to you for all the times that we met and especially for what you're doing today. Build this data bank of stories and we'll do amazing things with it.
Thank you.
And stay strong, Tom. You're nearly there.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll do my best.
No, more than that. Thank you. So I can leave now, can I?
So let us welcome Jacqueline to the stage, then you can leave. So it will be a seamless transition. Okay. Wonderful. Okay. Thank you so much.
Oh, she's in Ghana.
Yeah, she's in Ghana.
Good night.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Are you live on? Okay. Is this one okay? Hi, Jacqueline.
Good afternoon or good evening.
Good evening.
Tom-Chris, how are you?
I'm alive.
You're doing well.
I'm alive. I'm
awake.
awake.
I have to congratulate you.
Yeah, thank you so much. We're getting to the final mark slowly. 78 hours. So very soon we'll get 100. All right. So I know we have your LinkedIn pinned somewhere. Okay.
I didn't have a LinkedIn.
Yeah. Which means.
But I did send Selassie
No problem. No problem. I was going to say some of our visitors, some of our followers would have, clicked on your LinkedIn, but please introduce yourself to our audience.
Okay. So my name is Jacqueline Edwards. I'm of Jamaican parentage, but was born and raised in the UK. From a very young age, I knew I didn't want to stay in the UK. I always wanted to go and live somewhere hot. I couldn't take the cold weather. From very young, I used to stand over the heater during the winter till the point where I'd burn myself because I just didn't like being cold. So I travelled a lot in my late teens, 20s, 30s, and just looking for somewhere to live. Spent time in different West Indian countries, went to the States, went to hotter European countries, but it never occurred to me to come to Africa. And I'm not sure why, but I guess for us, when growing up, we were always given these images of Africa just being this poor place where there was starving people, and it was always just about sending money to the starving children in Africa. So it was never a place where I thought, oh, I could go and live there. Until 2014, my sister came to Ghana, and then she rang me and she said, Jackie, you should come to Ghana, come and see it. And I was like, really? She should just come. So I came for a week, and I was shocked at how peaceful I felt when I got here. It was just like my whole soul was at peace just being here.
That's so good.
And I was like, yes, I could live here. So I thought about it, but at that time especially, you have light off, water problems. There was issues that I was like, I don't know if I could live with my lights going off all the time,
right.
and we not have any water and things like that. So I went back and I was talking to my sister-in-law, and she said to me, Jackie, you should go because you're coming from England, so take all the things you need. Take a generator, take your solar panels, take whatever you need to live the life that you need to live there. And so I was like, of course. And that's how I ended up coming to Ghana. So I'm here now with my husband and my twins. So that's kind of been my journey through getting here to getting to Ghana. Working, I've gone from being a teenager working in the lingerie department at Marks and Spencer's all the way to working in a gaming company, producing games, and then working in IT. And then when I left IT, I was doing project management in IT, left IT and went into education, working with children with special needs. And that was what I was doing up until the point where I came to Ghana. So it's been a journey. My whole life has been a journey to get here.
Okay.
But I'm here and I love it.
Wonderful. Are you here to stay or?
Yes, I've been here nearly 5 years now.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Half a decade.
Yeah.
Right. So you said up until you came to Ghana. So now that you're in Ghana, what next?
So I've been settling and finding where we want to live, areas, things like that. Now that I'm settled,
right,
I've actually, I can't even say I was called to start. These things just happen to you. So I was called to start a foundation.
Okay.
So one of the things that happened prior to me coming is my sister, who was actually planning on coming with me when I was coming, she passed away during the COVID.
Oh, sorry
so
to hear.
Thank you. So when I came here, I always said I have to do something here for her, to just bring her here, even though she didn't actually get to physically come. And I've done a few small things. It was always to do with children. Her passion was children, helping children, raising their self-esteem. And so everything I've done has been to do with children. When I came, I brought clothes for children. I bought toys, dolls, things like that. I've done a sponsored bike ride to raise money to get bikes for children who have to walk far to school.
That's impressive.
Yeah, so everything has always been around the children. And then this year, a friend of mine was coming from Jamaica, and she said to me, "Oh, are there any schools that need help?" And so my children go to Beacon School in Aburi, and there's a school that we drive past every day, and I'm always saying, must go in there and ask them if they need any help. And so I said this to my friend, and she was like, well, go and find out what they need. And so I have to say to you also that I am very shy, even though I'm here. I've been taken so far out of my comfort zone this year, right? To even be sitting here is almost a miracle for me. So
what an honor. So I'm one of those people that you gave the first interviews. Oh, wow. You guys, she hasn't done a lot of interviews, so you better watch and share this thing. So, yeah.
So then she kept badgering me, go and see the headmaster, go and see the headmaster. So I was like, okay, plucked up the courage, went to go and see the headmaster. And he showed me around the school, and it was heartbreaking for me to see the conditions that the children are learning in. Okay, and what was more heartbreaking was the fact that this school is literally right behind the government building, the Padwasi Lodge, and yet it's in such poor conditions. But the worst part of it was that they had no washrooms. The building was so dilapidated that they can't use the washrooms. It was unsafe. So I just decided, rather than bring in pencils and books and pens and things like that, let's get this building renovated so that they have somewhere. It's not just so much the fact that the teachers as well. And one of the teachers was very heavily pregnant, and I'm like, where is she going to use the washroom? It's like,
oh, excuse me for laughing, but I couldn't.
And then the teenage girls, you imagine many of them probably have to miss school because there's nowhere for them to go and change, things like that. So I said, right, okay, let's reach out to the community. Reached out to my community, and we've been renovating this. Literally, we've just finished it this week.
Wonderful. Okay. Wow, congrats.
So, thank you. So, but that has taken me on a journey through, having to reach out to people to ask for money, having to go into the local businesses, just go into people who I don't know, and say, look, I'm doing this project. Please, can you help us? Give us some money. So, it's been, that part of it has been a real journey for me for my own personal development.
That's amazing. So it seems like you're finding your purpose in Ghana through, or should I say, your sister's spirit now is helping you find your purpose in Ghana.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's really wonderful. Okay, so our topic for today is Gold Onyx Ghana Foundation.
Yeah.
Okay, tell us more.
So that's basically, it's what I wanted to do was do something more sustainable. So where I'd done the bike ride and that was just one off thing, and we'd got the bikes, giving them to the children. All those things were one-off things. And what I wanted to do was build something that was more sustainable.
Right.
That we could just keep doing. So with setting up the foundation, what we'd like to be able to do is do this for other schools. So we'll set up the foundation. Schools can then apply to us to say, it will all come under health and sanitation and that kind of thing, So we don't want schools writing to us to ask for computers and things like this. This is all about providing the very basics, because to me, having a washroom is
a basic,
basic thing. And the reason why I do feel that it fits in with what you're doing when you're talking about entrepreneurship and things like that is a lot of, it's like your previous interviewee said, when people are looking at Africa, they're looking not to just take the mineral resources, they're looking to take the people resources. But when these people are taken out, who's left to help build the country?
Right.
You know, when you drive around here, all you see is go and study abroad, go and finish your degree in Canada, America, UK. So when they take all this talent out of the country, who's left? Who's left to help build and
That's
go
the vital
back
question.
into the communities to help their communities? So this is my point, is to teach the entrepreneurs that it's not just about going out and chasing paper, going out and making the money. It's about providing a service, remembering your community. And to me, the first thing should be, okay, yes, as an entrepreneur, you see a solution, you say, okay, how can I supply, and then how can I monetize this? But I think that what's missing, especially in Ghana, is how can I provide a service? And then how can I improve that service and keep improving the service? So many people just want to go out, yeah, I can do this, I can make money. But how are you helping the people? And how are you helping the people in your community?
Right.
And even those people that are patronizing you, how are you helping them? If you just sell them something and they're gone, how do you know how you've helped them? You know, so provide that service.
Right.
Provide us, just don't just sell them something. Provide it as part of a service, you know, and then improve. That service.
Right.
Yeah. So that was one of the things that I working in IT, I was a project manager, and that was always one of my things. This was about how are we servicing the business, and then how can we improve the service to the business. So this is one of the things that I really feel that the entrepreneurs, not just entrepreneurs, but anyone going out to work in Ghana needs to think about the service that they're providing. And the most I hear is, I want to go to England. I want to go to America. And this is why I'm so passionate about people staying within their communities and helping the communities. Because if all you're thinking about is building your empire so that you can leave, you know, that doesn't help. It doesn't help to build the country. It doesn't help to even just build your community, you know. And so that's where people should start small, start within your community and say, how can I help my community? So I'm building my business, yes, but how can I, rather than thinking about, oh, how can I make $1 million and go and travel the world? Yes, travel, but always think about your community and don't leave your community behind. Because where this school is, there are plenty of very rich entrepreneurs, but why are none of them helping their community?
That's a very good question.
It's because it's not instilled. It's always this thing of, oh, you know, go to America, go to UK, go to Canada. But what about fix your community? Fix the people that live around you.
Right.
Not even to say go to Kumasi, go to fix your community. If everybody fixed their own community, we wouldn't have all this problem.
Right. Amazing thoughts. Okay, so now it seems you found a new direction for the foundation. What is it?
So the direction is to help the schools that the government haven't helped.
Okay.
And then people have said to me, you know, when I've spoken to people about this, they've turned around and said, but that's the government's job. If you do it, then the government, you know, you're letting the government off their job. And I'm like, yes, but in the meantime, who's helping these children? Who's giving these children the resources that they need to learn, to just learn, you know? And then these are the children that you want to come out of school and then turn around and say to them, oh, go and become an entrepreneur, right? But they haven't even had the basics in the beginning life,
right?
The beginning of education to go and then become this wonderful entrepreneur, you know? And if they can see that the entrepreneurs within their communities come back and help,
right,
and teach them and support them, then this will even give them that encouragement, that desire to go out and do more, and then to come back and help the community. So I don't like to say it like this, but I don't. It's this thing of always looking for outside to get help. Okay, so rather than looking outside to get help, and yes, okay, I've come from outside, but I've been here for 5 years. I haven't just come and I'm just looking to make a name or looking to do something to get into government or getting with people. This is just about helping the children, and I think that this is really important for the children to see their own community helping them.
Right.
Because that is what has really lacked. That's one of the things that has really upset me doing this project, is that the actual community don't want to help. And you're like, what message are you giving to your children when you as a community aren't even helping? You've seen somebody coming and saying, I'm going to do this for your children,
right,
and yet you don't want to help.
That's impressive. That's an impressive observation that you're making, because sometimes my pastor usually say I'm a Christian, so I would always refer to his teachings because they are the foundation of how I found balance. He always says something that I like. He said, sometimes God opens your eyes to see something because you are the one destined to fix it. So perhaps you are in Ghana at this time for that purpose, and I see that you are discovering so many things in changing mindsets, supplying needs where there are lapses, and you should be encouraged to do it. Yeah, you should be encouraged to do it. Okay, tell me more. What's the future looking like for the Golden X Foundation?
I am just one person. Okay, we have a small team. Some very good workers, which is how we've managed to get the job done. I wish I could have let you see some pictures of the before and after what we've done. We probably could have, but anyway. So if you went onto onto the website,
right?
You could.
And the website is Golden X
Ghana. Yeah.
What's the secret behind the name? God, I know.
Golden X was my sister's charity in the UK. Yeah.
Okay. It seems your heart has been tied or destined to Ghana because Ghana is Gold Coast.
Yeah. Well, her philosophy behind the gold onyx was the gold obviously was because Africa is rich in gold.
Yeah.
And then onyx is black. So
okay, I see.
And then we are as resources black gold. We are precious. Yeah.
Okay.
So, like I was saying, I'm only one person, and I know there are many, many, many schools in many, many communities which are suffering the way that this school is suffering. So, what I would like to do is see some more of the young entrepreneurs who are doing well, helping their communities, helping their schools, so that there aren't as many schools suffering this way. But for now, what we're trying to do is set up the foundation so that schools can apply to us.
Right.
And then we would send a team from that local community, because it's also about giving the local people work. So the people that we use are all local people. When we went to buy supplies, we went to the local people to buy the wood, to buy the water, to buy the sand, to buy the cement. So it's keeping the money in the community and keeping the people working in the community.
Yeah.
So
that's impressive. Okay, so I mean, Sometimes people have, one of the issues you raised is, why aren't the people who live in that community the first to jump on your, on your chariot, so to say, in providing this solution to the school that desperately needs it? And it's a good question to ask. But now think like this. Somebody will say, okay, we've seen lots of these foundations and NGOs. They do 1, 2, 3 to get attention, get international media, and then that's it. So to such individuals, what is your counter argument?
Why do you need an NGO to come and fix something in your own community? Because if you, as a community, got together and said, we're going to fix this, you wouldn't need any outside help. And that is what I'm trying to push. Stop looking for that savior to come and fix your problems in your community. Get together, work together, and fix it yourselves. And then you wouldn't have this issue of, oh, this NGO came and they did this, but it was just for, government, or it was just to get on TV, or it was just to get money. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So that's my answer to that, is stop living in this savior syndrome. Start working in your own community. Work together. If you work together and collaborate, you can do this. You can do it. I don't know anything about building. I don't know anything about, fixing washrooms, but we got good workers, and we were like, okay, what do we need? How do we need it? Well, one of the things that I wanted to say as well, when in talking to the young people, have a good network, okay? Because that's what's important, and that's what's going to keep you going. Because for me, I was able to go to my networks and say, look, I'm doing this, I need help.
Right.
I haven't got the money to do this myself.
Yeah.
Okay. And I got a lot of help.
But don't you think it's easy to prescribe that after years of building your social capital, being who you are? I mean, it could take one WhatsApp message and you will raise loads and loads of money, because people already, your network has been built over several years. So it might be difficult to put a young person in that position and say, what if you built your network, you would have done the same thing I did? No. What I'm saying is that for me, is to make that a point. Remember to keep your network. Right. Remember to don't forget your community. Right. Okay. Yeah. So it's not just, you're 20 and you need to have enough people to. That's what collaboration is all about. You might be 20, but you might have a mentor who's 40, so they will know more people than you. Right. And that's what it's all about: collaboration, networking. Yeah. Okay, so let's move to the next point. So now, do you know Mr. Beast? Mr. Beast? Yeah. There's a gentleman called Mr. Beast. His real name, I can't even remember, because he's so popular with Mr. Beast. Nobody calls him his real name. So he's an American, and what he does is he's a YouTuber. I think he's the #1 YouTuber in the world. Okay. Yeah. So what he does is he mobilizes funding through his YouTube engagement and things. Mobilize funding, go to different places. Maybe he will go to an Asian country, build houses for women living under shanks and things like that. Or he will come to Africa, open water borehole for a bunch of individuals, maybe in a village where they haven't seen tap water before. Okay. He will open borehole in a matter of maybe 10 days or things like that. Guess how the internet reacts? Well, he'll get funding from the people watching it, won't he? You know what's funny? I usually, since he made that observation, I started paying attention. He would do this wonderful thing, which I know there are so many big foreign NGOs that are here for many years, and some of them haven't achieved as much traction like that young man. And then someone would tweet, oh, this guy is too wicked. He's using people to make money and he's this or he's that. So, you know, the thing about the work you do is not everybody will support it. Yeah. And it should also not make you, the fact that not everybody will support it should also not deter you, you know, from the purpose that you've chosen. So if it's good for people and it's good for your conscience, then you should put all your effort in making it happen. I think it's a worthy cause. I mean, only the kids using the facility that you've rebuilt now can tell exactly how they feel and how their psychology has improved. And we need more people like yourself. I'm privileged also that you're here to share this story with our audience and network. Okay, so
one of the stories that I wanted to share,
yes,
just
please,
going on what you said.
All the stories.
There was a time where, a point where I was like, why am I doing this? Because I had gone to, you know, we've had a lot of people really help. I had somebody donate all the roofing sheets for the roof, okay, and the wood and everything, but we were short some wood and things to fix the roof on and stuff like that. So like I said, we were trying to keep everything within the community. So I went to the local timbers yard, whatever you call it, and I told them what I needed. And so I'm sitting there and I'm talking to the lady and I'm saying to her, you know, this is what I'm doing. I'm rebuilding the washrooms at the school now. The school, all their children go to the school, okay? And I said, you know, so I was wondering if you can help us, you know, because, you know, I'm not an organisation. I'm not coming from I've got no big sponsors behind me or anything, you know. This is just me just trying to do something for the community. So the bill came to something like 1,120 CDs. So I said to her, you know, oh, how can you help us, please? And she said, well, she sat there and she wrote and wrote and wrote, and then she said, I can give you 20 CDs off. And I was like, what do you mean? I mean, how can you only give me 20 CDs off? You know, at least I said, please take off the 120 and I'll give you the 1,000. No. She was totally adamant that she couldn't give me no more than 20 CDs off the bill. And I'm saying to her, this is your children. That my children don't go to this school. This is your children that go to this school. Surely you want to help. Well, she was just adamant she wasn't giving any more. So I paid her and we left. And on the way back to the school, I was saying to my driver, I don't know if I can do this, you know, because I was so upset. And then that evening, one of the ladies, she'd had some of the children from the school. She has an after-school facility for the children in the community. And she sent me a video of the children saying, thank you, Auntie, for fixing our washrooms. We're so grateful, we're so happy. And then I was like, okay, God, that's my message to say I have to continue. And so these are the things that keep me going. So it's the small little things that keep you going. So, you know, that's another thing I would say to people, that don't look for the big, you know, for that big finish or the big outcome. You know, sometimes it's just the little things that will give you more joy than that big finish, that big outcome that you think you need to succeed.
Yeah. On the platform, on the WhatsApp platform, there's a gentleman called Prince. He's the country manager of a company called Samaritan's Feet. You know, in the Bible, the Samaritan that was, Samaritan's Feet. So what they do is a global company. What they do is they locate underprivileged, just like where you located, underprivileged young people, maybe I should say pupils, and they ensure if their shoe is not good enough, they fix it. They buy new shoes, wash the kids' feet, give them new shoes, and ensure that they never go to school barefooted anymore. So, I mean, there are so many good in this world, and it doesn't happen by itself. It's people who make them happen. You never know how big your mission is going to be. So, and we are glad that you are, starting that operation from here. But the question becomes then, how do you sustain the delivery of your services if you choose to proceed in this new direction that you're going now? How do you expect to make it? Because again, you need to think big, not just that one school. Now you need to start isolating. You need to look at the map and say, okay, Ghana has this number of schools. Here and here and here are places where we could be needed. For such mission, how do you expect to finance it without it becoming one of those other foundations that, just fizzled out?
Yeah. So once we've got the foundation set up properly, then I want to go to the government for funding.
Right.
Yeah. And because we come under one of the 5 headings that they have said that they want to cover health, I have been speaking to people who deal with funding and things like that, and they've said that, yes, once we have the foundation set up, we can then go and apply for funding. So this was a pilot. This project was just a pilot one, just to see how it would go. Also, the reason why I did it this year was because this was the 5th year that my sister had passed away, and I wanted to do something to commemorate that.
Right.
So that was why I just went ahead and did it this time. But what our plan for the future is to have the foundation set up, get the funding, and then what we would do is not have the schools apply to us, but then not just give them the money.
Right.
Oh, we need washrooms. Oh, here's 20,000 CDs. No, we would then get the people, get all the tools and resources, everything that we need, and go and do it.
Right.
Because what I've been told as well by other people that I've spoken to is, yes, I was speaking to somebody, and when they said, yeah, somebody came to say that they were going to do some work for them. They got the money, and then they just disappeared. And the work never got done.
Oh.
And so I'm like, and I've heard that story more than once.
Right.
So I'm like, well, this is why we have to be accountable. And accountability is one of the things that everybody has to have in their heart. I have to be accountable for this, so that you don't spend a penny of that money or a peso of that money outside of what it's supposed to be spent on.
Yeah.
And not have that on your conscience. Okay.
Yeah.
So for me, it's about being accountable. Somebody can come and say to me tomorrow, how much money did you raise and how has it all been spent? And I can show them, because these are the things that will help us become more credible. A lot of people, sorry to say, don't want to give because they're like, how do I know where my money is going?
Yeah.
So I have made it a point of every stage of the way. I've sent people, I've put it out, I've put it on my WhatsApp, everything. People can see exactly what's happening, how the money is being spent. So to now where it's finished, they're like, everyone's like, oh, wow. There was one lady who, I didn't know her, but she knew somebody else. She'd heard about what we were doing. She's from the UK, she's from Jamaica, living in the UK, but she just happened to be in Ghana at the time. And she was like, I need to come and see it first before I give any money, because I have to be sure that where my money is going.
Right.
And so this is why you have to be accountable.
Yeah.
Because some people aren't going to just give their money, oh, this person wants money here. You have to be able to show that I'm doing something of purpose, and this is what I'm doing. And
this is the proof of work.
To show.
Yeah.
And so that was another reason why I wanted to also do the project, so that I can then go when I apply for funding and say, look, we've already done it.
Right.
This is what we can do, you know. So rather than just going, no, this is what we want to do, but we have nothing to show for it,
Right.
nothing behind us. At least now we have this behind us. We can say this is what we've done, and this is what we want to do going forward.
Okay, so this is Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, so I'm thinking in that spirit of entrepreneurship. And let's say you say you're going to the government, correct? Let's say you go and it's not priority right now to fulfill that obligation that you seek. What next?
Then we go to other communities. So, you've got big companies. There is money out there, okay? And I'm sorry to say, Ghana has money,
Oh yeah, Ghana is rich.
Ghana has money, it's just knowing where to go to get it.
Right.
Yeah, and going to the right people. And that's where, again, networking comes in.
Right.
You have to know who to talk to. You have to be able to talk to the right people. And you have to have that personality that people, when you speak to them, they'll go, oh, yeah, that sounds interesting. That sounds like something I'd want to get involved in.
Okay.
Rather than just going and being, I want to do this and I want this amount of money.
Okay.
And this is one of the things, that we speak about even to my own children, because they're teenagers, and where they're into the TikTok and the Instagram and just talking to each other on Snapchat and stuff, it's having that, a lot of the time they can't talk to each other. You can go into a room of 10 teenagers and they'll all be sitting there on their phones, and one of the things that we try and instill them is you have to know how to talk to people,
right,
to get on in this world.
Right. Okay, so I like to focus on the keywords, and I have questions that I've written, but this one is so pressing now. Communication is one of the recurring themes of all the conversations I've had here, whether it's pitching to entrepreneurs, whether it's selling, whether it's espousing your unique selling proposition to your stakeholders to be able to recruit the right kind of people, whether it's, it doesn't end unless the individual has learned communication. And you seem to have perfected that craft. So for the young people that, the target audience that you wish they have, these values imbibed, if someone wants to learn to communicate like yourself, to start conversation with strangers, because obviously, as you would have observed, our culture is such that people are private. So I still need people to be able to get ahead in the world. I'm not a people person, so how do I get ahead? Letting people know what's running in my head. What do you think I should do?
The first thing I would say, like, as you say, if you say you're not a people person, is read and improve your vocabulary, because just being able to speak and articulate what you want to say is so important. And if you haven't got those words, if you're sitting there and you kind of know what you want to say, but you haven't got the words to say it, that's where you're going to struggle. So read a lot, and a lot of different things. Don't just read about cars or, I was going to say trains, because that's what. But don't just read about one subject. Read about everything. Read as much as you can on diverse subjects, because that will improve your vocabulary, and then that will help you to become a good communicator. So that is one of the first things I would say. And then just have a friend or two friends that you can practice with first.
Right.
Because especially if you want to be able to go out and pitch and speak to stakeholders and sell your business ideas, you have to be able to speak to somebody. So find somebody who you're comfortable speaking to with, practice first, and then you'll have that confidence to be able to go out and speak to people.
Right. Wonderful. Okay. Back to the foundation. All right. So, I read this quote a long time ago. It says, all charity is a business model. Every philanthropy is a business model. Do you agree?
Yes, because at the end of the day, even if you're setting up a charity, you still have to run it as a business. You still have to have all the things that a business would have. You have to have accounts, you have to raise funds, you have to manage projects. So it's all the same things that a business would do. It's just that you're doing it under the heading of a charity. Church is a charity, for instance.
Right.
So, but most of the churches I know are businesses.
Okay, so for your foundation, would you be recruiting, what role might you be recruiting for? One of the things that we do, the main thing that we do really is to train entry-level job seekers and early career professionals, equip them with the skills, digital skills that we all need today to get ahead in the world of work: digital marketing, finance, data science, UX design, and AI literacy. And actually, the focus of this event is to launch the fourth version of the Ready for Work platform, which is how the magic happens. So I'm like, you're pitching to me, I'm pitching to you as well. So if you are recruiting, then Ready for Work can help you find the best of the best of the best without having to go through 1,000 CVs that has been massaged and remassaged, to find your one. You pick your one, it's your one. So would you be recruiting?
If we got the money, I would definitely need somebody to handle all of the media side, social media, website, all things like that. Getting the word out there. That I would definitely be looking for. Somebody who can do admin.
Right.
Maybe somebody who can do some small accounts.
Right.
Just managing the money coming in and out. But yeah, that would be a view, a very ideal view.
Okay. So is there a timeline for that? Say by this time, Q1 2026. All right. Okay. Let's see. What else have I not covered? If I'm listening to you now, I'm in the UK or the US, and I have a passion for what you're doing now to do for my people, or maybe I'm part of the African diaspora that is burdened with the heart of service for the continent, and I want to invest in the continent. How should I explore that opportunity?
I would say come here.
Right.
I'm not a lover of people investing without seeing first. That was one of my things, is that I had to come here and be here to do it. I couldn't have been in the UK and trying to do this. So I would always say to people, come and see what it is you want to invest in. Come and see what it is you want to help with. If there's a community that you want to help, come and see them first. Don't try and do everything from far away. I'm not saying that it doesn't work, but I don't think it's as effective as your feet being on the ground and actually being in that presence and seeing what needs doing. Because it's very easy to give an overview. Even when we looked at the project as an overview, we were like, you look at it like, it's not that bad, we can do this. But then when you get into the nitty-gritty of actually doing the work, then you're like, okay, this is a bit.
Maybe we should have waited.
No, I'm glad we did it. I'm so glad we did it. I'm so proud of all of the workers and everybody
Right.
who has helped. It's an amazing job that's been done. And I'm very, very glad that we just, sometimes when you sit back and you go, oh, maybe we should wait till we get this, or maybe we should wait till we do this, you end up just dragging it and it doesn't get done.
Right.
Whereas when you just jump into it and then you started, so you have to finish it no matter what.
Right.
I think that can push you to places. I've been going, like I said, I am very shy. People tell me I'm not shy, but
Yeah, I was thinking the same. Yeah.
I am very shy. So for me to have to go to businesses and go and ask them for money, I was inside, I was screaming, but with my hat of purpose on, I was like, no, Jack, you've got to go and do this.
That's impressive. All right. What else do you want our followers to know about this wonderful project you're embarking on? If somebody wants to support you, how do they reach you, and what do you expect?
Okay, if anyone wants to reach me, they can reach me via the website, goldonyxghana.com. We have contact details on there. Our mission statement is on there.
Right.
Pictures from this project that we've done. I haven't put the final pictures up yet, but yes, when you're a one-man band, it's quite difficult to get everything done.
Right.
But they will be going up there. So if anyone wants to help, it's not just about giving money. Like I said, we had people donate roofing sheets, we had people donate paint, we had, so it doesn't have to be monetary. It can be resources as well,
right.
or even time. Oh, I'll come and paint. I'll come and do a thing. And it doesn't even just have to be for our Gold Onyx Ghana Foundation. I'd also say look in your community and see what you can do to help.
Right.
To me, it's the children, to help the children.
Right.
Because the children are the future. And this is what I express to the business when I go and see them. These children that you're helping will probably be working in your facility in 10, 15 years' time.
Yeah, good marketing. You're good at marketing.
So it makes sense for you to help them now,
right.
And they can know that, yes, this business helped my school, and now I can go and work for them.
Show them why.
Yeah. And show them what they can do when they're successful. Look how you can go back and help your community, not just run out of the country with the money, take all the resources, take all the money, and who's left to help those who are left behind.
That's amazing. All right. So there are young people who are starting their careers in today's economy. As you know, it is the way it is, and they might be confused about what to do, how to evolved, how to find their purpose. You found yours. So if I'm a 16 to 35, which is our age bracket, listening to you, it seems you've had an amazing journey before this journey starts, and so you are qualified to advise people in that category, 16 to 35. So what would you tell them?
When you're thinking about your purpose, don't just think of one thing.
Right.
Because one of the things that I found, and it's not just in Ghana, because it does happen in the West Indies as well, is that you're kind of ushered into this life of, you're going to be a lawyer, you're going to be a doctor, but that might not be your passion. It doesn't mean that you can't still do your passion.
Right.
So you can become a doctor, but you might want to dance. Okay. Don't let one thing stop you from doing the other. So keep an open mind. Don't just go, oh, my mum wants me to be a doctor, so I'm just going to be a doctor. Have an open mind. Always don't look at, oh, that's too low or that's too high. Your dream is, it's like the lady before said, your thoughts are what create your world. So if you think this is what I want to do, you can create it. And also share, okay? A lot of people, they'll have an idea and then they won't want to share it because they thought, oh, somebody might steal it. But what people need to understand is we're all connected and all our thoughts are connected. So just like how you might be thinking something and then somebody else will come and say that same thing that you were thinking, and then you'll be like, oh, how did they know what I was thinking? It's not, it's because we are all connected. So don't sit there on an idea thinking, oh, I'm not going to say anything because somebody else might steal it. Because the world is abundant. Okay. So you don't have to sit there thinking, oh, if somebody else steals it and they make all the money and I won't make any money. No, it's about sharing. It's about collaborating. It's about putting minds together. As I say, great minds think alike and two heads are better than one. So think about what you want to do, but don't only think about that thing. Okay? Because the lowest of things can bring you more than the highest of things. There's a lady who we drive past her and my driver was telling me that this lady, she was planting on the roadside. And he was saying to me that that lady, she has put all her children through university. She has built her house all from selling planting on the roadside. So she is an entrepreneur because she knew what her community needed. She knew what service she needed to provide and she provided it. And it has got her through her life, got her children through life and got her a roof over her head. So don't think that, oh, if you want to do this, oh, it's too low, it's too lowly for me. You know, people would go, oh, roasting planting by the roadside. Oh, you know, what's that? What's that going to bring for me? Don't think small. Always think big. So even a small thing can bring you more than going for that big thing, and you end up just only getting a small return. So my advice to anyone of that age, especially the teenagers, because it's so hard for them with this TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat world, right? They all wanted this fast money, you know, and it's don't chase the fast money. That's one of the first things is don't chase the paper, provide a service. Think about what service you can provide. Don't be thinking about chasing paper, chasing money.
Impressive. Thank you so very much, Jacqueline. I hope that, you know, beyond the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, the Guinness World Record, we can be able to collaborate at some point. We do a careers fair. You seem to, were you a teacher before?
I wasn't a teacher. What I did was I worked with children with special needs who couldn't go to school.
Because when you do the voice, he paints a picture of... Yeah, so we can collaborate during our careers fair. We do career coaching for entry-level job seekers, as I said, through the Ready for Work platform. I would love to show you what the platform looks like. And of course, we just like your fundraising, we're raising as well. Part of what I want to do with this Guinness World Record is to mobilize tuition for 100 entry-level job seekers to equip them with those digital skills and access to jobs. We are so excited about this because the platform we've built is so unique in the sense that it has taken us 12 years to get to this point. And perhaps one of the days when, if you are available, then we can do a demo for you.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course, I'd love to.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your support. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
You have my positive wishes and prayers in your new journey. May everyone who is involved in your vision and has the thought to support you, may they locate you as well.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. Well, thank you. And I'm wishing you all the best. You've done so well so far.
Thank you. Thank you.
And yes, I'm praying for you for the next. Well, you've only got, not got long. Not got long. So
yeah.
24 hours.
I'll be getting to 80 with, by the time I'm done with his interview, I'll be getting to 80.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're nearly there. And you look well. So.
Well, I don't know. All right.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Just a few moments with transition so that it doesn't become like a break.
Are you ready? Okay. Good. God bless. Thank you.
Yes.
Good. Thank you. You too.
Godfred, finally you get here. Okay. How's it going? Wonderful. You have? Okay. I'm doing well. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. So I know we have your LinkedIn here, but would you want to say a few words that would make our listeners understand how you are supremely qualified to talk about AI transformation and industry shift?
Okay. Yeah. So that's a good one. Yeah. So my background is basically in computer science, right? And I think more than a decade ago after school, I've worked through the IT, value chain. I began my journey as an IT executive in an agency, which opened me up to discovering digital marketing and whatnot, the business side of tech, right? And then the prime of my career was with multinational sports company, where I worked as the country digital and e-commerce manager. So my role was in two scopes. The first was to be a manager in charge of a business, that's the e-commerce business, as well as oversee the strategy of digital for the country, and where I also undertook digital transformation projects. Right, it was in the era of the digital marketing boom in Ghana.
Right.
Yes, so our primary purpose was to transform our employees, who are also my colleagues, to understand digital and unlock digital value by leveraging, the best practices in digital, especially when it comes to digital marketing, because it was a retail brand, right? So we wanted to sell as well. Fast forward after that, I've worked in product management, other diverse roles, and currently I'm working in the financial institution, as an IT capacity analyst, right? But aside all of that, I'm also trying to get my hands dirty in AI. I've built about 12 AI products thanks to AI coding. That's I think 3 of which are already online. I think on our exchange I mentioned that I had. So you can check out Career Lead AI. It's a platform which is positioned as a career workspace. I think often than not, we go through our careers without any repository where we get to keep track of our career. Where am I? The goals that are set, have I accomplished them? I mean, where did I pin these goals so that I can always, fall back on them? We need to democratize access to career coaches as well, because it's not quite, straightforward finding somebody who will be aligned with your values, your purpose and whatnot, right? And then, other perks that comes along with that. So that's what the platform was really about. I built it and then I pushed it up. It's live. I think I've already gotten some few testimonies from people that, okay, this is useful. They've been chatting with so there's an AI career coach, a chatbot that you can chat with, and the AI is grounded on your profile. So your values, your passion, your work experience, and then any other information that you add, your CV, the AI is able to pick, by grounding information from these and then advise you on the best career path, the choices that you want to make. And then the other features that we want to, scale along. But then aside that, there are a lot of other AI products that I built myself, and of course, I started a community because after seeing that I've been able to create this value for myself. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm the most technical person, and I'm probably non-technical because I've worked business roles, right? But the sheer fact that I could get up one day, just get my hands dirty, look online, what AI tools are available, easy to bring an idea to life, right? And then ship the idea. it was really amazing for me. And I told myself, what if thousand others can do this? And what if all the entrepreneurs, out there can, in a day, pick up the idea and say, okay, I don't have a tech background. I may not be qualified to, build a platform to materialize my idea, but let me try and see, right? So that's interest gave birth to AI Leap Africa. That is a community that's putting together, where we get to train people on, early stage AI skills like prompt engineering, and then AI automation via NNN, as well as AI coding, which today I believe everybody else, so far as you have very good power over your English, you can describe very well what you want. You should be able to prompt your way to get in at least an MVP of your product from your idea live. So this is that has been my journey so far.
Wow. Okay. Nice. Okay. So back to the topic, AI transformation and industry shift. Let's start with the industry shift. What makes you, for me, I know I'm really very excited about the future of AI and the future of work, but what gets you excited, and what do you see that makes you go like, but this one, so.
Okay, so like I did mention, right, my journey on transformation started with the digital transformation project that I had to execute. It was called Digital at the Service of the Omni-Sport Leader, right? Because it was in the sports company.
Right.
And the goal was to build digital skills so that the normal retailer can pick up these skills and leverage it to do business, right? And I understood one thing, okay, that our entire, plight in life, going up and down, is really about empowering humans, right? And so I understood the 3 core drivers of transformation as people, process and technology. But I also saw the mismatch in the industry. Often than not, we are technology first. A lot of people put technology first ahead of the transformation, and they put people,
Let me push back on that.
Sure.
Okay, you said people put technology first before
people skills building.
So you mean by people who are you talking about? Business owners or society in general?
Yeah, I'm talking about the industry at scale in general, right?
Put technology first before
people.
Beings.
Yes.
And human beings here are in what category? You mean clients, customers?
So that'll be people in general.
Okay.
Let me say the general consumer base, right? And I think it's very definitive, because if you look at what is happening in the industry now, per week, the number of AI launches that are going on, right? People are there's a proliferation of tools, out there in the industry.
Okay, and so you're saying that the AI first principle is making humans human of non-relevance, or
so that is not my angle.
Okay.
So let's fall back on the 3 core drivers of transformation, right? There is people, there is the process, and then there is technology, right? So what I mean by visionaries normally prioritizing technology over people is you see, we spend a lot of time.
So you mean visionary, meaning people who create
technology,
technology,
exactly,
prioritize the technology over other human beings or their clients,
over clients, over the consumer base, over the people who are actually going to use the technology. Yes, because
it's not objective. It's not objective, because at the end of the day, the only sufficient and compelling reason for a startup is a paying customer. I might have missed one of the words.
Of course, yes.
So you don't create technology for technology's sake. You create technology for utility. And for now, we know that humans are the ones that use technology. No, speaking loosely though, humans use technology. So, but I get what you're trying to say, just that in the sequence of the
thought process. Yeah. I can understand.
In my head, so I wanted to see if we are still in the same alignment.
Yeah, I can understand.
Okay.
So I mean, if I could take a moment to level that up, right? So you can see that often than not, there are a lot of tools out there that people don't even know exist.
Right.
There are a lot of tools that have been pushed into the system, but we are yet to close in on the skills gap. Right. I do believe that even in SFAN, you have this milestone that you are working on to train people, building digital skills and all of that. But the point is, the tools already exist. It was easy. One idea came, we spun up, an investor round, and we built an amazing product. But the point is, how many people can use the product now? And so, just like the broader topic on AI, there are so many tools today. We are shifting into agentic, right? But do we have the masses of the population ready to use these tools? Do we have the requisite skill, especially in AI too?
Has it, then people like me will not be in business.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah, if everybody is digitally savvy, and they have all the skills they require to make their lives fulfilling in the future of work, then maybe I should go and be cultivating in the village, because
but that's
training for digital skills might not be of utility anymore to anyone.
So it does, right? So in the broad spectrum of the transformation,
right,
that is the key contribution that you are doing in there, right? But the point here is, why not prioritize skills building when you've launched your MVP, especially for the visionaries, right? When you've launched the MVP of, let's say, GPT, right? Why not prioritize the skills building, train as many as possible?
Role. That's for education.
For education, indeed.
In the entrepreneurship ecosystem, as you know, you have the operators, the entrepreneurs. You have the education system that train talent. You have investors. You have policy. You have media. You have what else do you have? But these are the foundational. So the operators require education to train for them to build. It's only because the education, or academia, we should say, not education. It's only because academia seem to be a step behind that operators now
have to step in,
to start training for what they need. So, but continue.
No, it's a very good, dialogue on this, because the question, you can raise question as to why there's that gap at the academia part, because it looks like the operators are now, or the inventors are now, going a step further on building online academies, to train people on these tools. If when you sprout up, a technology revolution or transformation, you have to also do the responsibility of making sure that your how-to of the tool that you are building is very well established. Right. If you look at the digital marketing era, right, Google had to step in to put together a full-blown course, certify people in digital marketing, and it was really centered on how to use Google services to deliver digital marketing value. Before people could, now with confidence, step in their roles, in their perspective, sectors and industry to deliver, that kind of value. But the point I'm making is, I was thinking different. Why can't a giant like Google prioritize building the skill before they even mature the tool?
No, we don't want them to.
You don't want them? I can understand.
We don't want them to, because their role is not to train for skills. They can train for specialized skills required in certain roles. But the moment they start training for skills, that means academia has no utility anymore.
Well,
because if every company, think about it, if every company now train for what they need, then where were the ones coming from university working?
Well, you make a good point.
Yeah,
you do.
So it seems to me like the real problem is that, that disconnect between A and B, because there are two possible destinations that anybody who leaves school go to. Either you go and start it by yourself, or you join forces with one that is already existing. And then you build your personal brand, you bring solution, and you seek, monetization.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we align on that. I guess the industry shift we are looking at now is how are individuals who are looking to align with the direction of the industry, how are they going to be going in consonant with the pace of innovation?
Yeah.
Which is where you come in to teach how you've done it. So
yes,
the question
indeed.
becomes, if I'm entering my year 2 in the university today, how can I ensure that I don't graduate before realizing what is happening in the real, in the real world? So what do you tell the mentees that I've asked of you?
Indeed. So that's a very crucial question to answer. And I mean, it is the reality. The odds are, if you're in year 2 now, within the stretch of over 3 to 4 years, you'll be out in the industry. So the dilemma will be, what are you coming to meet, right? In our current industry today, we are witnessing the first, first indicators in the AI transformation. So we've not even seen the full scope of the transformation yet. It's just like the early stage of something like the .com boom, right? Yeah, and then the value, there's question on value creation and here and there shaking up and all of that. But the point is, in the space of 4 years, a lot will change, right? Yeah. So the dilemma is, what you are being taught in school now. Let's take programming for a use case, right? What you're being taught in school now, in 5 years, today AI is able to build full-blown products. So what would programming look like in the next 4 years, right? So if you're a student, that should be one of the subtle concerns that you pick up, right? So practically, what can you do? Well, there's a lot of providers, around who are, doing good on work, providing skills. Exactly. Ready for Work is one of them, right? And SFAN, the SFAN global community is really, playing a strong role in that. And by the way, congratulations on that, because when I was reminiscing, right, I realized we had engaged before.
Yes, my mind tells me.
Exactly. There was this event for Africa Digital Festivals. Globally, it's already creating a skills market.
Right.
As of 2023, there was